Thank you, Chair. John Musyoka, legal pupil.
My name is Lenkai Saini. I'm a pupil.
Amos War, audio officer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Joseph Otieno, audio and Hansard officer.
Is that all members of the Secretariat? I'm also seeing the assistant team from the Senator for Nairobi, given that this affects the area senator, who I hope that will be coming, but may I give you the time to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Karen Bokwa. I'm the liaison officer in the office of Nairobi Senate, and yes, the senator will be joining us shortly.
Copied with many thanks. In lieu of that, may I take this very humble opportunity? I am informed, but I wouldn't say I know, but I'm informed that the representatives from the various estates are in the room, and even before you introduce yourselves, may I say on behalf of the committee that we are very excited to have you here, because we have had a lot of challenges in this kind of development where stakeholders are not involved. So it's our esteemed honor as senators to have you here, and we hope for a fruitful conversation together with the governor when he arrives, but most importantly, to make sure that the people, our people, who are in these various estates get a fair treatment, where justice is needed to get justice, and more importantly, where service is needed, get the best service, because that's what the Senate stands for. So with that, may I allow you all to put yourself on record, starting with the lady from my left here, and then we'll go around. Please, if the sergeant can help them.
Okay. My name is Jenna Chengolo, Vice Chair, Lumumba Estate.
My name is Rosemary Shikunyi, Secretary, Lumumba Estate Association.
Afternoon, Chair, and honorable senators and fellow people in the room. My names are Agesa Omega. I'm the communication person for Lumumba Resident Association, and I'm the one standing in for the chairman, Mr. Walter Ogoli.
My name is John Mgoda. I am the chairman of Afajerico Residents Association.
I'm Duncan Danga, member of Afajerico Residents Association.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Kennedy Azia Kidagula, Vice Chairman of Afajerico Residents Association.
My name is Anne Kamore, Secretary of Afajerico Residents Association.
I'm Kezia Kihara, Treasurer, Maringo Residents Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Njoroge, Maringo Area Reps Chairman.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shauri Njoroge, Chairman, Maringo Estate Residents Tenants Association.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Point of order, Chair.
Senator?
Yes, I heard Kihara is Maringo, Njoroge is Maringo, both declaring chair. So,
can we clarify that?
Clarify,
just repeat your name and then.
Okay, my name is Peter Njoroge, Area Representatives Chairman. Area Representatives Chairman.
And then Kihara?
Is the
Kihara.
Yes, Kihara. Madam Kihara?
Kezia Kihara, I'm the treasurer.
Okay. So.
Good afternoon. Then may I get your name again?
My name is Shauri Njoroge, Chairman, Maringo Residents Tenants Association.
We need to understand the difference because they are both declaring chairs.
Let me clarify.
Yes.
In Maringo, we have area representatives, block representatives, area representatives. So I chair those representatives. Mr. Shauri here is the overall chairman of the whole association.
So.
Hope you are clear.
Afternoon, everybody. My names are Onyango Gutu, Secretary, Maringo Estate Residents Association.
Good afternoon. The chairperson, honorable members of the Senate, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Lee Muturi Kimani, and I'm the chairperson of California Estate Residents Committee. But the official name of the estate is New Pumwani Estate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mwangangi Masila, committee member, New Pumwani Estate.
Good afternoon. My name is Hadija Ramadan. I'm the vice chair from the New Pumwani Estate Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Geoffrey Etamuku, organizing secretary of Papajerico Residents Association.
Chair, there is a gentleman here who is claiming he's also from Ofafa. I think he can sit on that side, if I'm not wrong.
No, order member. Here you can sit anywhere you want.
No, I'm saying for communication, they can even,
We don't want classification. Feel free to sit in any seat you want, so long as you're in this house. It's okay.
It's for their benefit, Chair. It's for their benefit if they can.
You see, Senator, there are a number of, actually this is a very big meeting. There are even some members who are in the gallery because we could not put them in. So let them just sit at their comfort. You choose a comfortable seat that will make you comfortable. This is your house. We are just representatives here.
Good afternoon, Chair. I go by the name Irene Minor. I'm the Assistant Secretary, Maringo Resident Association.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Harris Moluma, Maringo Estate member.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My names are Simon Oduoro Kello. I'm a Central Representative, Maringo Estate Tenants Resident Association.
Blessed everyone. My name is Honorable Moi Gakuya Simon, resident of Maringo Estate. Thank you.
Simon, you're also from Maringo, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think, thank you so much for those wonderful introductions. As I said, this is your meeting. This is your day. So feel free, feel relaxed, and give us as much engagement as possible and as much insights as possible in the conversation we're going to have here today. I think there are other members on that side. May I request the sergeant you guide them to sit on this side so that it is easier to be able to canvass with the senators. But there is space. Okay. They can take front seat. There's no problem. Just let them get space there.
Chair, because we want to make this meeting very fruitful, in terms of seating arrangement, I was wondering, so who do we have here? Because I hear members, I hear officials. Who do we have here to make sure that at least the chairs or the officials are accommodated here, and then maybe if there are some members, then they can be accommodated at the gallery, so that we have very fruitful engagement with all representatives. I don't know.
I think that's a very important observation, Senator. Would I perhaps request, because I know there are still some other representatives of other estates who are still coming, as Senator Ambu has advised, that perhaps we sit in the leadership. That will be the chairs and perhaps the secretaries. We sit in the chairs and the secretaries, and then members, we can sit them up at the gallery. Is that okay? So if the various estates can help me identify one chair, one secretary, and then the sergeant will help seat you at the gallery, and then we'll have the chair and the secretary in here, so that when other estates also come in, their chairs and secretaries can be able to get seats. I think that would be prudent. But that does not take away your advantage of being here and introducing yourself. So perhaps, first of all, you go ahead and put yourself on record. We would want to get to know your name.
Good afternoon, good people. I am a resident of Maringo, and I'm here representing people with disabilities. Thank you.
We didn't get your name, though.
Oh, I forgot my name. My name is Robert Mwangi.
Thank you, Robert. I think Robert can stay, and then the other members can be able to go to the gallery. You can assist them just as, orderly, in an orderly manner. I think you can be able to converse with the chairman, and then they can be able to help. But just introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Sam Gachago, and I'm the chairman of the Woodley Development Initiative.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, honorable senators, I think we had canvassed through what the agenda of the day is, and perhaps even to stress that we had also canvassed on what we as a committee would want to see as the outcome of this meeting. And for me, if I reiterate, it would be two. One is that in the middle of this development, how are the residents from these various estates being accommodated? I don't want to say being handled, but being accommodated in a dignified way, in a just manner, and in a way that can ensure that they continue getting their services of accommodation within their estates or without their estates. But then the second one, which is the most important one, which we have seen in other developments across the country, is when these estates are completed, what then becomes of the current residents? Are they guaranteed to get units in these places? And what are the kind of contracts or arrangements that they have with the county government of Nairobi to ensure that this will happen in a seamless manner? I think that would be my very clear objective of what we want to achieve with this meeting. So in that context, therefore, senators, my desire would have been, I know that the governor, have been told by the clerk that the governor is on his way, he would be here anytime from now, but my desire would have been that the governor would have been here to lay out the plans that is yes, and perhaps give us a status update on the engagement framework, for which then we would allow the chairs to help us buttress in terms of what after that presentation. But now that is not here yet, I don't know what honorable senators you will advise should be the entry behavior into this conversation. So I'll let members perhaps give me that, but I want to recognize that the Senator of Nairobi has just entered, and I want to give him a chance to put himself on record and also to formally feel free to engage in these conversations, because this is your county, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator of Nairobi, today appearing as a friend of the committee. Chair, and all the residents associations represented here, good afternoon. This conversation is not beginning today. These residents associations have appeared before this committee previously. The way that I would propose that we proceed is a brief from the Secretariat on the previous conversations that have led us to this particular day. And because we are a house of record, all of those conversations are on record. And then we get an update of some of the resolutions that had already been made by this committee from the county governor. And it would be easier for the leadership of the Residents Association if they are given like that broad brief on the journey that we have walked. Sam has been here, Gashago from Woodley for many times. I can see the leadership of Jericho, they are here as well. So it would be nice for us to get that, some just brief update from the Secretariat of how far we had progressed this conversation. Because as we speak, there are estates where the governor had given certain undertakings, then we can set aside those conversations for when he's here, but also you can hear from the associations themselves on what is happening on the ground. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome to the meeting again. Members?
So, thank you, Chair. Picking from where Senator Sifuna has left, perhaps the beginning point would be to ask ourselves how many estates are represented here, and how many are not. Then again, Chair, as we begin the session today, can we kindly all of us agree that at least today we will conclude on certain things, so that these meetings are not meetings that will happen every time. At least today, let us bank on some things. You know, we bank on, if we say we are going to finalize on 5 or whatever number of estates, we bank that and move on to other things. So there's a free time for ourselves to do other things, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. I think I agree with you. So I would request that as the Secretariat will giving us an update, help me identify the critical areas that you really deeply care about, that you want us to conclude, so that as we go through the meeting, we make sure that we cover that ground. Senator Chute?
Chair, I support a statement from Senator Sifuna and Senator Wambua. They are both very important. Thank you.
Very well. Then let me then allow the Secretariat, first of all, through the clerk, to enlighten us. I know I've taken notes, and I've had names from various estates, which looks to me like 4 estates, but I don't want to, but actually, because Sam just got in, I was sitting there, I didn't see him. Welcome, Sam. So with Woodley, in my view, there will be about 5, but I would want Secretariat to confirm, because you are signing in through the Secretariat. So confirm to us the number of estates that have showed up already, and then go ahead and give us a status brief as has been advised by Senator Sifuna. Then you can take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. So far we have representatives from 5 estates. That's Lumumba, Ofafa Jericho, Maringo, New Pumwani, and Woodley. Those are the 5 that we have right now.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Senator.
The list again, please.
Lumumba Estate, Ofafa Jericho, Maringo, New Pumwani, and Woodley Estate.
Very well. Go ahead to a status update.
Members, in your file, there is a committee paper. Just
Were the others invited?
we only have contacts for those ones that we invited.
What is that?
Chair, that is not possible because we have provided contacts for all the residents associations involved in this regeneration project. And if the clerk remembers correctly, those invitations have been sent to all these people before. And Chair, I want to just say that if there was any challenge reaching any one of these people, I should have been notified so that I provide you the contacts because we have the contacts.
Senator Ambua?
Chair, you need to guide on that because initially I thought we were supposed to have 13. Only 13. So I see only 4. There's Maringo, there are 5. So, Chair, what that means is going back to what, Chair, I want you here. I'll wait for you to.
Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, so, Chair, I was saying, now going back to what I was saying, is that the expectation is that at least we should be able to complete on certain issues. So where does that leave us when we have 8 estates that are not represented? If the issues are cross-cutting, what do we do? You need to guide us.
Senator Chute?
Question number 1 should be, were they invited? If yes, then we'll not take blame for that one. If they were not invited, what are we going to do now to also invite them in our next meeting maybe?
Just a moment. Senators, I've just consulted with the clerk, and apparently, when this meeting was held in June 2023, it is again the same estate that we are seeing here that had come. So, in their wisdom or lack of wisdom thereof, the Secretariat invited the estate that came to that meeting at that time. But I want to guide that I had requested that we have all the 13 estates. So, clerk, that's a serious omission that I would still want you to make sure that you get in contact. And there's a lot of opportunities, even through Senator Sifuna's office, to be able to actually get contact of all these other estates. They must all be involved. I don't want a situation whereby, as a committee, we only dealt with a few estates and then issues emerge in other estates. So I think we will proceed with the estates that are presented here, but rule that you must communicate to the other estates, and if possible, have a follow-up meeting with them as well, and be able to actually also put together the cross-cutting issues in lieu of engaging the others. I would wish to discuss this idea that there are some more estates that are more equal than others. That's not the Kenya we live in. However big or strong or economically empowered an estate is, all of them are equal before this committee, and all of them must be considered. Because I think that these are now a value judgment from my side. I think that there's a possibility that perhaps you are thinking that these are the major estates. That idea of major estate does not apply in this committee. All the estates that are facing the regeneration or the renewal program must be considered. So clerk, take note and make sure they are communicated to and they are aware of what is going on in this committee and these conversations. So because esteemed ladies and gentlemen in the House have already come from the other estates, it will be fair that we also listen to them. So we will proceed with the ones that are here, but we must communicate and engage those that are not here and possibly organize for another meeting to engage with them as well. That will be the fairness, as I think, honorable senators. So with that, then we proceed to the status report.
Thank you, Chair. In our files, we have a committee paper right after the agenda.
And I will request the estate's leadership to listen attentively to this report, because I think a good conversation will start with, is there anything that has changed from this report? Because this was some of the updates that came from the members of these estates. And then we can take it forward from there so that we don't belabor what has been presented here and then focus on what might have changed or what wasn't achieved from this report. So go ahead.
We go to page 2, where the Standing Committee on Housing and Transportation was informed that the County Government of Nairobi was implementing a program on urban regeneration and renewal of the estates in Nairobi. And the committee was further informed that the chairpersons of Residents Association had requested a meeting with the committee so that to apprise the committee on the concerns of the residents of these targeted estates. So the committee met with the Residents Association chairpersons, and the meeting was informed that the following about this was what the committee was informed about those particular estates. One, that Ofafa Jericho, Lumumba, California, and Ofafa Maringo were among the 13 estates in Eastlands that had been earmarked for redevelopment by the County Government of Nairobi. That Ofafa Jericho, Lumumba, and Ofafa Maringo estates were projects that had been undertaken by the Israeli government in agreement with the Kenyan government, and that the residents of New Pumwani, California estate had written a petition to the County Government of Nairobi requesting that the ownership of the houses be converted from a social housing unit to tenant purchase scheme for payment of mortgage for the houses, but the petition had not been responded to. The committee requested for response from the Governor of Nairobi, and this is what the committee requested for: a copy of the agreement between the Israeli government and the government of Kenya for reconstruction of the estates through the tenant purchase scheme, a copy of volume 1, 2, and 3 of the report on the urban renewal plan for Eastlands, Nairobi, a copy of development control guidelines for Eastlands, and the status of response of the county government to a petition by residents of the New Pumwani estate for conversion of social housing units to a tenant purchase scheme, the status of the current ownership of the houses in the estates, a copy of title deeds for the parcels of land on which the estates were built, and the original plans for the development of the estates, an explanation onto the circumstance under which the contractor was given an approval for the development of New Pumwani estate and then demolished flat C5 on 20th of May at night, and a statement of rent collected by the County Government of Nairobi since 1985 for Ofafa Jericho estate, for Jericho Lumumba, and Ofafa Maringo estate. The committee invited the governor to a meeting, and moving on to number 11. The committee invited the governor to appear on a meeting on 27th, and he appeared, and this is how he responded. 1, that the 13 estates had been earmarked for the urban renewal program, and these estates belonged to the Nairobi County government, and the current occupants were tenants of the county government and not purchasers or owners, and that the county government of Nairobi did not have any copy of an agreement between the Kenya and the Israeli government for the construction of Jericho estate through tenant purchase scheme, that the title deeds for these estates were not currently available as the process of obtaining them was underway with the Ministry of Lands, that the Urban Renewal Program initiative sought to meet the increasing demand of housing in the city, and that the county government had made a cabinet resolution to allocate one house to each current tenant as a compensation for the rent that they had paid over the years. Consequently, the tenants will enter into memorandum of understanding with the county government on the same, and that the program is a project for upgrading these estates that were already in deplorable state to provide decent housing and social facilities to the residents and the greater population of Nairobi. That these projects will retain the heritage history of the estates, which was of sentimental value to the tenants who were born and raised in these estates, and that the renewal contracts for renewal of these estates had been entered into, and the projects were set to begin. The committee further wrote to the county government of Nairobi in asking them to respond to issues raised, and these are the issues that the committee sought to find out. One was the tender documents for construction of these estates, and a copy of minutes and resolutions for public participation meeting for all the estates that had been regenerated, copies for the joint venture agreements for contracts for the estates and the county that the county government had entered into with developers, and the details of the nature of tenancy agreement between the tenants and the county, and as well any agreements between the county government and the tenants of the estates for relocation and reallocation of the developed units, which the county government had earlier said that they were getting into an agreement with to allocate these tenants each a unit. So at the meeting which the governor appeared on 18th of March 2025, the committee resolved to hold a joint meeting with the representatives of the estates for these estates and the governor in order to resolve the issue. I submit.
Members?
Chair, if you allow me, there is at number 14, a brief on the responses that had been received. I think this is pursuant to the request from 11th March 2024 and the meeting of 18th March 2025. Perhaps you can also take us through the responses that were received. I believe this is the responses to the 5 issues in paragraph 12, right? I think that brief is in the file.
Yes, yes.
So for the benefit of everyone, you can just go through what was supplied by the county government.
By the county government. Clerk, may you help members also to where I think it's also in the folders. You can help point members to those particular responses, even as the clerk is going to peruse and go through the same.
Thank you, Chair. One was on the physical copies of Volume 1, 2, and 3 of the Urban Renewal Plan for the Eastlands Nairobi estates. So the plans were submitted to the committee. The second item was the original plans for the development of the estates. So the original development plans are in possession of the Ministry of Lands, Public Works and Housing, and the county government of Nairobi had written to the Cabinet Secretary for facilitation of copies of the development plan for onward forwarding to the Senate. The second item was if a copy of the response to a petition by the residents of New Pumwani Estate for conversion of social units to a tenant purchase scheme. The county government did not respond on that. The county government also committed to conduct a site visit to the New Pumwani Estate and understand the technicalities involved. So the last time the governor was here, confirmed that the meeting has not happened, has not taken place. In regards to a copy of response to a petition by the residents of the New Pumwani, California Estate for conversion of social housing to tenant purchase scheme, reference is made to the prayers of the petition that the existing tenants in the New Pumwani Social California to be converted for rental to purchase tenant purchase scheme and any other way that the county government could protect the rental tenants' rights under the social housing. To this effect, the county government of Nairobi conducted a meeting with the petitioners of the New Pumwani Estate on 22nd of May 2024. The resolution of the meeting was that the estate had not yet been earmarked for redevelopment, and so it was not possible to engage on the matter or convert the units for tenancy to tenant purchase scheme. The committee observes that the minutes of this consultative meeting were not signed to ascertain if the resolutions made were legally binding. Number 4.
Chair, on that one, go ahead, Senator.
So when you say the county government met with some petitioners, who are these petitioners?
Of the New Pumwani, California Estate.
Chair, perhaps I can guide Senator Wambua.
Yes.
There was a petition that had come from the residents, the tenants, current tenants of New Pumwani. This is not one of the estates that we are discussing, the 13 for redevelopment. And that is why the conversation that was had between the residents and the county government, you can see the committee is noting that there were minutes of that meeting, but that they were not signed. So that's a pending issue, but that one was a different estate from the ones that we are engaging with, Urban Regeneration. So I think you can just move to number 4, which is a statement of the rent collected by the county government for Ofafa Jericho, for Ofafa Lumumba, and for Ofafa Maringo Estate, which is on page 3 there.
Very well. Clerk.
In regards to the rent collected by the county government of Nairobi since 1985 for the Ofafa Jericho, Ofafa Lumumba, and Ofafa Maringo, the governor submitted that the data of rent payment for the 3 estates was an estimation of the amount that the Nairobi County Council may have collected through manual payment up to 2010, where a new system was inaugurated. So he further emphasized that the rent is mostly around 80%.
I want you to also be reading committee observations, because that is the point of, that's the next step of our engagement with the leadership here. Because that's why I want to confirm. For instance, when a minutes were not signed, the governor could have said they were signed or not, but now we have got the leadership here who can be able to confirm whether the meeting took place, what were the agreements. So please do read the committee observations.
So the committee observed that the requested rent status for Ofafa Maringo for the year 1990 was not provided, and further noted that the automated rent collected had 2 systems, that is the Life Forms and Nairobi Pay, which were running concurrently between 2021 and 2022. The 5th item was a copy of the County Executive Committee resolution to allocate 1 house to each current tenant as a compensation of the rent they have paid over years. In reference to this resolution, through the extract of the minutes of a meeting conducted on 24th and 25th of January 2024, the governor submitted that the housing units for the existing tenants would be ring-fenced and made available for the tenants on completion of the housing project. He clarified that the tenants were only expected to deal with the expenses and maintenance cost. However, the committee notes that there were no legally binding agreement between the county government and the tenants on that allocation of a house per tenant. Number 6 was a copy of minutes taken during public participation in each of the 13 estates. The governor provided a comprehensive report of 2 public participation meetings, with the first being held on 12th of February 2021, covering 10 estates, which was Ziwani, Lumumba, Ofafa Jericho, Woodley, Bondeni, Bahati, Kariobangi North, Embakasi, and Maringo, while the second meeting was conducted on 25th of May 2023 for 13 estates, which is Ziwani, Lumumba, Ofafa Jericho, Woodley, Bondeni, Bahati, Kariobangi North, and Embakasi, Maringo, Huruma, Kariobangi South, and Buruburu. So the committee observed that the original development plan earmarked 18 government-owned estates for redevelopment, which included Kaloleni, Makongeni, Mbotela, Ladis, Shaurimoyo, Bahati, Maringo, Lumumba, Jericho, Jerusalem, Uhuru, Gorofani, Bondeni, Majengo, Ziwani, Kariako, Starehe, and New Pumwani. The committee notes that public participation meetings were only conducted for 7 government-owned estates, and the other 2 private estates, which is Woodley and Buruburu, as per the initial development plan. Number 7 was a copy of the contracts that the Nairobi City County Government entered into for the redevelopment of the 13 estates. According to the public notice dated 3rd of January 2024, an invitation for expression of interest was advertised in the print media on 8th of January 2021 for requests for proposal to interested and qualified developers to carry out the phase 2 projects comprising of initial 10 county rental estates. These estates are Woodley, Ziwani, Bahati, Maringo, Jericho, Lumumba, Bondeni, Pumwani, Embakasi, and Kariobangi North, divided into 12 lots in February 2023. Another public notice was placed in the local daily on 13th of May 2023, comprising of 13 estates, which added to the 10, and the 3 new estates was Huruma, Kariobangi North, Buruburu. So the governor submitted that only 7 potential developers for the development of 6 estates, which is Bahati, Maringo, Jericho 2, Ziwani, Kariobangi North, and Woodley Estate, showed interest to undertake the development. However, out of the 7 developers, only for Kariobangi North and Woodley Estate Lot 1 contracts had been fully executed. So the committee observes that only 2 estates under implementation were not listed at the initial development plan. Number 8, the acreage of land for each of the 13 estates, as indicated.
Just before you go to number 8, Clerk, there is an important note there at number 12 that I think it is important for the people here to hear. Paragraph 12 on page 6.
There's a note on page 6.
Yeah.
Note 12.
So far, only 2 contracts have been signed by Nairobi County Government and 2 developers. That is MS UD Patel and Company Limited for the redevelopment of Kariobangi North Estate, and MS Africa Rate Limited for redevelopment of Woodley Estate Lot 1.
I hope that the leadership of the estate have taken note of that. Proceed to number 8.
Chair, number 8 was the acreage of land for each of the 13 estates. The governor provided details on the portions of land for the 13 estates, as indicated. The committee observed that the development plan had earmarked 64.9 hectares of land for the 13 estates. And the governor has indicated that the acreage was 54.07 hectares.
No. That's the wrong column.
The governor has indicated 150.
Is 150.
The governor has indicated 150, yeah?
54 is the units, clerk.
So 60.
150 hectares.
Yes. It's actually more than what the development plan had. So take note on that, senators. I think that would be of your interest as the governor comes in. Number 9.
Number 9 was the details of number of percentage of units to be owned by the county government of Nairobi in the joint venture agreement in each of the estates to be developed. So it's attached in the matrix. Number 10 was a copy of the draft memorandum of understanding that the county government intends to sign. So the governor submitted the copy of the memorandum as requested.
Yeah, I think the others are annexed, so I don't want to belabor those for the process of proceeding on with the meeting. Senators, I observe that this is a PRS document. So I wanted to ask our team from the PRS if there is any variation since this document was generated in the best of your ability that can be able to inform senators to execute on this matter properly. If there isn't, then I'll go back to senators. PRS, do you have any variations? Because this document was prepared by you. On any of the presentation that has been made by the clerk.
Thank you, Chair. No, it is as per it was already prepared in the brief.
Chair, I wanted to also inquire, because, you know, I don't know if the committee also prepares like publicly available brief, because this is for the benefit of the senators. I suspect that the leadership of the estates don't have this document. So it would have been nice and proper to prepare something that has all this, because she had gotten to number 9, and I thought that it was also important for her to take them through number 11. I'm sure you are getting notes. Yeah? So number 11, there was a requirement for a schedule of developments for each estate indicating the expected commencement dates and anticipated timeline for their completion and proposed project implementation. That is information that would be critical and important for the engagement with the leadership of the estates. So because it is the last paragraph, and in fact, there's only one more paragraph, Honorable Chair, I request that she just takes that one for the benefit of the attendees. And then, if it is possible, we need them to have a brief for just like the one for us, Senate, for them to also carry home.
I think you can go ahead and read the next. But Senator, I wanted to perhaps advise that for the purposes of processing, because we have to process all these documentations, and there are volumes and volumes of them. Certainly, the documents of the Senate are usually available to the public, but after proper processing, which would mean processing them to the level that they're put in the House and tabled for the public to consume. But for the purpose of this conversation, I think it's important that we meticulously have the clerks read them out as much as possible. And that's why I requested before that the representative actually be able to pay attention to all this, because it's very critical for them. May you go ahead to read what the...
Chair, that's okay. You also guide on that. But you see, I think what Senator Simon is trying to say is, you know, these people here, they understand these issues much, much better than all of us. So if you presented them with
welcome, Governor.
Chair, I'm on the floor. So if you present them with this document and just remove the sections that are directed at senators, they would engage us very, very fruitfully. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as directed, that would be good, senators. I will request the clerks to see what they can be able to decipher at the moment and be able to provide the members from the various estates, so they can be able to help them engage in the meeting. So that is in order. I'll clerk, you can figure out how to do that. Can you read that, and then I will be able to come the governor.
And the last issue was a schedule of developments for each estate, indicating the expected commencement dates and anticipated timeline for their completion and proposed project implementation. So the governor had submitted that due to the ongoing negotiations with existing tenants and dates for site possession, the project commencement and completion have not been conclusively decided to enable the development of works program. The implementation of the first 7 sites within the 6 estates, namely Bahati, Maringo, Jericho, Ziwani, Kariobangi North, and Woodley, is broken down into 3 main phases, which is the pre-construction, construction, and the post-construction activities. So as attached is how the projects were advertised and are currently undergoing the procurement process for redevelopment.
I think let's go ahead to number 19 and 20 so that we can be able to conclude on the entire document. Isn't it, Senator Sifuna? So that for the benefit of the representatives. So just go ahead and read 19 and 20.
19 was on how the projects were advertised by the county government. So as attached, that's how they have been advertised and are currently undergoing the procurement process before initiation of the redevelopment process. The last one was a copy of the revised restriction of building in Isli. So the governor shared the revised restriction of building in Isli, noting that the legislation process was underway as the Nairobi City County Assembly.
Okay, very well. Perhaps before I take it back to the senators, at long last, the governor has arrived. Governor, we have already started the meeting, and I wanted just to request and recognize that you've arrived, and if possible, you go on record, as well as introduce your team, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know why it's at long last. I was scheduled for 2 p.m. That is the communication we had, and we discussed actually 20 minutes earlier. So it's not at long last. But Chair, thank you very much. My name is Sakaja. I'm the governor of Nairobi County. Thank you, senators, and the residents. It's a very good opportunity for us to discuss. These are people who I know quite well, and the estates, and the history of that, and we'll get into that. We're pleased to come here to have this discussion on our urban renewal program. Chair, we keep insisting that ours is an urban renewal program, not an affordable housing program, where we're regenerating and renewing council estates that have existed for a long period of time. So, Chair, with me, a few officers, I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Chairman, members, my name is Lydia Mathia, Chief Officer, Housing and Urban Renewal, Nairobi City County Government.
Chairman, honorable members, His Excellency the Governor, Nairobi County, I'm Cecilia Koigo, Chief of Secretariat. Thank you.
Chair, members, and other Nairobians, my name is Michael Kinoti, Acting Director, Housing and Urban Renewal.
Boy, Deputy Director, Housing.
Through the chair, I'm Job Moura, Head of Press.
Is that all, Governor? Okay. Yeah, so thank you, Governor, and welcome. We, more perceptive as you may know, we had sought to have a number of conclusions on these issues. One of the things that we're very keen on as a committee is the dignified handling of residents from these various estates, 13 of them to be particular now, in the middle of this development process. We wanted to have a conclusion on that, whether that is being handled in a just and dignified manner. But then the second issue that we were very keen on as a committee is to be able to explore from both your perspective and the representative's perspective whether there is good agreement and perhaps even some guarantees of what happens after the development has been done. Will the residents get fair share of, whether allotment or otherwise, provision of the same unit after development? I think this is really the major issue in this kind of development, the current state of affairs and the future state of affairs. And wanted to establish a congruence between the county government and the residents of these 13 estates. So we have just gone through a comprehensive status update, which I want to take you back to, because most of those materials actually came from your side in terms of updating the Senate. And I wanted to give just the members time to perhaps canvass on those materials that have been read by the clerk. Then now, because the governor is here, perhaps then I'll give the governor to lay bare his status report, and then we can open it up as a conversation between us, the governor and the leaders, esteemed leaders from the estates that we have represented in this house. I might also tell you, Governor, that we had sought to have 13 estates come, but unfortunately we only have 5 who have come. Partly we own up because that was a problem from our Secretariat. I think that they were not able to reach to the other 8. But nonetheless, we have agreed that we will find an avenue of convergence in terms of just being able to engage those other 8, because I think that it's important that all of them are engaged in this process. So go ahead, Senators.
Chair, with your permission, it will be useful for us to know which representatives we have. I know they had introduced themselves.
Yes.
But I'll be happy to also know who exactly we have.
We will just give you the name of the estates, and most of them, there are leaderships that are here. But then I will request that when the time comes that you're given to give a contribution, when you be contributing, just say your name, your designation, and the estate where you come from, for the benefit of the governor and the house. I think that would be good. So, clerk, may you go ahead and read the estates represented?
Thank you, Chair. We have Lumumba Estate, Ofafa Jericho Estate, Maringo Estate, New Pumwani, and the Woodley Estate. So we have 5 estates in the meeting right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Senators?
Chair, on a point of order, Governor has introduced his team, and there is somebody that I thought would be a necessary party to this conversation. Perhaps, Governor, why is the CEC for the Built Environment and Planning not here?
Governor?
He's coming.
He's on his way? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any contributions, comments on what has just been presented by the clerk?
Yeah, Chair, first of all, thank you for that recap, because it helps to frame the conversation in the interest of time. It is clear that there are only 2 estates here. That would be Kariobangi North and Woodley, that are at the project execution phase. And I have not seen the representation from Kariobangi North, perhaps because we had agreed that we would want to hear from the residents on what is transpiring on the ground. Perhaps you could take the representatives from, say, Woodley first, and then maybe Lumumba, because there were certain promises or undertakings that were given by the governor with regards to engagement of the residents in those areas with regards to this particular project. But just from the recap there, I was proposing to my colleagues here that we make follow-ups on the specific matters that had been agreed upon, including the questions of the MOUs with the residents, whether that has been done, in which estates that has been done, the status of public participation in the remaining estates, because we only have 2 where the project has taken off, the binding agreements or the agreements with the developers in those other estates, and maybe we take it from there. But I would like to hear, Chair, with your permission, from the representatives of the estates on what exactly is going on currently, especially for those that governor submitted public participation had problems and where projects have begun.
Other members?
Chair, that's okay. Would benefit from that lead. Though I don't know, Senator Sifuna, whether you'll be amenable to a situation where we first allow the governor to give us a status report on the 5 estates that are represented here, so that then we can now get the residents to react to what the governor said. Then we engage them going forward. Because, Chair, remember what we said when we began, we need to bank some things here. Today, at least, let's conclude on certain issues. I don't know whether, Senator Sifuna, that would be fine with you?
That would be fine. I was only being sympathetic to the governor who has just walked in to give him some time to acclimatize. But if he's ready to go, I have no problem.
I know this climate.
Order.
And I like it.
Order, Governor. Senator Chute?
I think I support what Senator Umbo has just said.
Okay, very well. I think I'm in congruence with the 2 of you senators. But before I give the governor, perhaps Senator Miraj has just walked in. Please, Senator Miraj, may you put yourself on record?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Senator Miraj Abdullahi, member of the committee.
Thank you, Senator. Very well, Governor. So could we perhaps just have a status report from you? Because I think that will actually help us even have some input from the representatives, because that will be like a more, almost the ultimate kind of update that you can be able to get, to be able to have a sober conversation with the representatives. So, Governor, I want to give you this chance to perhaps give us just an update from yourself and from your office, and then I'll open it up.
And so, Chair, as the governor does that, I would actually want to hear from him in presence of the residents, telling us and the country what is materially different between this regeneration program, the affordable housing and the social housing, so that we don't mix issues. If we are dealing with regeneration, then how different is it from the affordable housing thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And Governor, perhaps for the benefit of senators particularly, and also the residents in general, should you have any hard copies that you'll be referring to for this particular session? Just in case if you have, it will be in order to perhaps share with the senator at these points that as you make references, you can be able to refer to them as well. Governor, it's your time.
Thank you very much, Chairman and senators, and of course, my esteemed residents of Nairobi. Chair, I'll give a brief background. First of all, you've asked about documents. The documentation is, I presume, the same that we had given before, that is with you. I'll not make any reference to anything else apart from just history, which I know of. These are estates, thank you for the water, that we have known, we have lived in, we have relatives who are part of this residence. And so this is something that is very important to all of us as the people of Nairobi. Chairman, the 5 estates that I mentioned are part of many more estates that Nairobi County Government owns and intends to improve through our Urban Regeneration and Urban Renewal program. These estates were built right from the 1930s. If you look at Ziwani Estate, Ziwani Estate started, the blueprint was in 1939, and it was the lead architect and consultant there was one G. Fletcher. It was one of the first African decent housing settlements in the city. Before that, Africans were staying in squalor and in really terrible conditions, as has become the case now in many parts of the city and many of our urban areas. Jericho is also one that is historic from the 1950s. It's an estate that has produced a lot of Kenyan heroes. The first person to raise our flag, hoist it on Mount Kenya, Kisoi Munyao. We've had Napunyi, the boxer. We've had Barack Obama Sr. and many of these people, who lived there. And you'll find the remnants of their history, because the nature of these estates, and the residents will tell you, is that a lot of these houses are passed on through the family. So you'll find a child, an uncle, leaves it to a nephew, and that is the case as it is in all of them. Woodley, and I can see my friend representing Woodley here, was started by Sir Richard Woodley, who was a councillor, rather named after Sir Richard Woodley. Again, in the 1940s, that one housed more of our senior staff of the city council. It was a bit more affluent. The kind of houses you had there have more space and more land. There were initially 300 tenants at Woodley, which is why the development we're doing, phase 1, is called 300 Woodley. And I can go on and on about all of those. Jericho, of course, is named after a prominent Kenyan politician who was assassinated, Ambrose Ofafa, during the clamor of independence, And Mbotela was also murdered at the same space at Bama, which was later torched. The idea at that time was to create conflict between communities and to make the Western communities, that is Luyas and Luos, blame the Mau Mau for those murders. And so as I close that, at that time, a lot of work went on. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, together with Tomboya, would go around Makongeni and these estates preaching peace, telling people don't react, don't respond, and we go to our independence. Now, the urban renewal program that we have, its essence is, first of all, in line with the intention, the original intention of these estates was to provide housing to Nairobians. Our population has, of course, gone up. These estates won't fill the population gap, definitely, but it will reduce pressure in many of these areas. And the example I can give is Woodley, where the first phase of 43 units are giving way to 1,975 units. There are 1,975 families who will be able to have a decent house and an apartment with all the amenities that come together with it. They're all at different stages of development. In Woodley, we were able to bring down the houses, and the site has been secured. The residents had gone to court opposing. And I understand when you live somewhere for so long, you're sentimentally attached to that place. In fact, you consider yourself an owner. Yet the courts agreed with the county that the county is the landlord, is the owner. And so long as the plan has gone through the proper process, the county can redevelop these estates. Now, the difference between urban renewal or regeneration, as it were, with affordable housing is in a number of things. Number one, the affordable housing being done by the national government is based on a statute. And in that statute, there's a levy, which all of us are paying. Everybody on our payroll is paying a housing levy. And so from your contributions, the housing fund has billions through which they're building these houses. It is to meet a social, low-income need that there is. That is not the intention of ours. Number one, we're not drawing from housing fund for our main urban renewal houses, apart from the one lot that I explained last week of Bahati, where national government has approached us asking, if the land then will be available once we've done the decanting, that they can be able to put up units. And we've said we're treating it just like how we're treating all the other joint ventures, that even as they do that, the county shall get its share of houses. The county will get its share of houses. We're the first county to negotiate that, actually. Others have a different negotiation. I sat down with the PS to make sure that we get our right. Because remember, I have also a huge component of county staff. We now have 19,000 members of staff in Nairobi County under my administration, who we also want to provide for decent housing, as it were. I made a promise when I was a senator of Nairobi, and as I campaigned, knowing for a fact that the model where people who've been living in these houses are then told that go and you'll come back and have the first priority to pay rent until you own it was unfair. I feel it's unfair, and I felt it's unfair. Because by very nature of the relationships these people have with the original tenants, there are very few, and they'll tell you there are very few that have changed hands. That card stays in the family. I say that we shall acknowledge the tenancy within our records. And once the houses are completed, they will get the house for free. And it is really not for free, because then if you consider it a back mortgage, what they've been paying, all these years, then it is a recognition and it's goodwill of the contribution that these tenants have had. I still stick to that position. We passed it in our cabinet, in the county government, and that's the position that we hold. That every family that has a card that is in our register, because a card is, you don't just hold it, it reflects with our records, will get their house. They will get a house. They will have ownership. They will not be renting. They will not be paying the county rent. The only thing that they might have to pay then is service charge, because you must service these places for garbage collection, cleaning, etc. That is the only amount that they will then have to pay at that point. Remember, there will also be other tenants who come in, who had never been part of this history, who have never lived there, but who will be paying rent, or will have bought these houses. So there's some which will be bought, some which will be rented, and then some which, of course, will have those who had been there. That is a stark difference between urban regeneration and social housing. It is because if you look at social housing, the reason they need a fund is many of the areas where these houses are being done may not be economically viable or attractive to the private sector. But our estates are very attractive to the private sector, which is why, if you look at the tender we did, they were falling over each other, to come and bid for those slots. Because they have seen that commercially, they can be able to build, relinquish the units owed to the county, and make a profit. Because they have an imperative of profit, they're businessmen. They're not doing it because they love Kenya. They have a profit imperative. And that is why, all of them have structured their financing to be able to reflect that. Now, we've told them that they must do certain things. Number one, there are certain areas where historically, and I took through my lawyers and urban, planning and housing team through the history of all these estates. You will not demolish Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's house. You will not. We will want you to retain that or something to show as a museum. This is where Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was staying. You will not go to Shauri Moyo and take down the house where Tomboya used to stay in when police would barge into his house, during the time of the Kapenguria 6 and find him with Julius Nyerere and with a small leather pouch where he'd collect money to pay Dennis Pritt, the lawyer for the Kapenguria 6. It would be so bad to lose that history. And there are many other examples. And these houses also should provide, if you go to Jericho, boxing is big in many of these estates. We need those social amenities to be put into those estates. Whether it is a new social hall, a bigger one, whether it is also maintaining Camp Toyo, which has gone into dereliction because it was being run by CDF, we've asked for it, and many other examples, Chairman. So I think that gives you the background and the history. I will ask my chief officer, the CEC is also here, Senator, CEC Patrick Mbogo is here, but I'll ask the chief officer to just run us through the specifics now of those 5 estates. In addition to the allotment, and the Woodley residents will tell you, those who signed and agreed with the county have all been given an allotment letter, which has force of law. An allotment letter is like a title deed. You can go get a loan with it. You know, it is proof of ownership. It is legal tender. It is recognized, and they've been given. But we also compensated, and I can't even call it a compensation, because it is not your house we have taken. Your landlord is giving you rent to go pay elsewhere, and a house to come back and stay in. In fact, the courts were very surprised that that has never been seen or done. But our thinking is, the imperative of the county is not to be profit-making. You know, we're not trying to do business with our people. If 43 houses are giving me 1975, and that's just one example, my chief officer will give you the breakdown of the others, then it would be so greedy for a government to also want to press harder on those 43 that have yielded, or of those 20, you know, or others. So, Chair, I will ask Chief Officer to then take us through.
Just a point of order, Chair, before the CEC comes in.
Senator?
Yes, Governor, it's good to give that broad background. We like to ask some specific questions just about the things you've said.
Yeah.
Number one, with the negotiation with the national government about Bahati.
Yes.
What is the percentage housing the county government is getting? Number two, there is a report in today's dailies about people allocated this affordable housing, ending up selling them. I want to know what measures have been put in place by your county government to ensure that beneficiaries of all these units cannot resell them. Thirdly, when you were here last, you told us about this cabinet memo for the existing tenants to get their houses for free. Have you now submitted that cabinet memo? Because we need to see it. And lastly, a copy of that allotment letter, has that been supplied? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, let me answer those. On Bahati, we've not yet gotten down to the specific percentages. It's a discussion, it's an ongoing negotiation with the PS Hinga. Once we have done that, because we've not yet released it to them, you know, but that is the framework that we are, you know, in discussion with. Once we agree on the percentages of housing, we shall be able to submit that. It hasn't gone into that stage.
On that, before you leave that, so, but at least the bare minimum is that every person that has a unit now,
must get a unit.
Must get a unit.
That's
a bare minimum.
That's a reducible. That's a reducible minimum. But of course, we see we can get more value than that. You know, over and above those who are being getting a unit. On the issue of affordable housing and people selling them, that is a national government problem because their model is different.
Their model that because of Bahati only. No, you are in conversation with the national government. You said we are going to utilize the housing fund for this.
Yeah.
That is the only reason I bring it up.
It is one lot. There are 3 lots in Bahati.
Governor, even that one lot is important for us to get those answers.
Listen, Senator. The one lot that the county owns will absorb everyone who is there. Currently. One lot will absorb everyone who is there. For us, these tenants who are here, who get an allotment letter, if they choose to sell the unit, it is theirs. Remember, all these other units are also being bought by people. They're also being bought. It's, you know, what value do you have getting a title if you can't transact business with it? So that our model is different from the national government model. It's completely different. You have your house. If you want to sell it, if you want to rent it out, it will be up to you. But it's a commercial transaction. That is why it is corporate entities coming into our JV, into JV with us. On the issue of cap memo, I think we can produce that. I don't know if we had submitted, I'll check, but we have it. It was actually one of the first cabinet meetings that we had, where we reinforced that promise that we'd made and that is in the manifesto. So that we can provide. But beyond the cabinet memo, the Woodley people are a direct example. They are holding allotment letters. And we can get Do you have a copy?
You know, Governor, it is this is the reason why we say we should always remember where last this conversation stopped.
Yeah.
Last meeting you had undertaken to provide those documents. We need to see them. And you know why I'm asking that we need to see them, given our previous interactions before the Energy Committee. That sometimes you say things, then you don't write them down.
Senator, the issue of the allotment you can get.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a document. Before the end of the meeting, you'll have a copy.
We spoke about it last time, so just provide it before.
You'll get it.
I just want to encourage you, Senators. I'm a very lenient chair, but let's try to speak through the chair. I want this to be a good engagement.
Yeah, so
that applies to both sides.
Yeah, so Chair, I mean, those are very straightforward documents. They're public documents, and they should be found within this meeting. Of course, we'll redact the name of the person on the allotment letter, but it's just to show you how an allotment letter looks like, and the specific ones that we've already issued. That is only on where we've already issued allotment letters through our lands department. Our chief officer is here.
The chair.
Senator Wambua.
And when we come to that, then it will be important because we have representatives from Woodley.
Yes.
To confirm that they have actually received those allotment letters.
Yeah, I'm giving a small leeway so it can be a conversation. And as you can see, you already see the environment is good for conversation.
Yeah.
But I think some of this will also be delved in if we give the biggest stakeholders in the House today is actually the representatives.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm trying to be lenient, so that let the governor finish, and perhaps I want substantive follow-up question like what Senator Sifuna has asked, so that the ones that we can be able to delve in terms of granular questions can come, or insights can come from the other side of the. Because I'm very keen to listen to the residents and I want to give them adequate time. So I don't know whether there's any other senator who has got any substantive follow-up, but if there isn't, I wanted to request that perhaps Senator Sige puts herself on record. She's a member of this committee and she just walked in when the governor was presenting.
Thank you very much, Chair, members and guests as well from the governor's team. My name is Senator Christopher Sige. I'm a member to this committee.
Senator Chute, I see you want to say something?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Very quick one. In the last time we had a conversation with the governor, the percentage for the county government of Nairobi was 30%. My question would be, if he's going to have a deal with the Department of Housing, how is he going to expect to get the 30% and at the same time give the land to the housing department for affordable housing? How does it work?
Governor, please, may you respond to that?
Chair, the 30% varies. The percentage varies based on the value of the land. Remember, we discussed that. The value of the land vis-a-vis the development. You might find a place where the value of, if the land is 2 billion shillings, Senator Chute, through the chair, and then you add the entire development and it comes to 6 billion, then you're talking 30%. But if the entire development comes to 10 billion, it cannot be 30%, you know. And I think I gave examples of how you have then have a graduated scale of ownership of the JV based on different milestones. What we're trying to avoid is what happened in the coast. And I know you're very passionate about that because it left people with a bad taste. And to be fair to them, and also to be fair to the first administration of Nairobi, remember, no county had done this before. You know, that's why we have our challenges in Pangani and in, what do we call this, in Jivanji. But those challenges are being unraveled now, and we're sorting it out, you know. The issue of the title deed that had been charged in, Jivanji. If one was to not be pragmatic, you'd say cancel this entire thing. But people have purchased houses, they have units. You don't cut off your nose to spite your face. You say, okay, yes, they did that. And if it was illegal, the agencies of the law should follow those who gave those titles. But to be pragmatic is to secure the interests of your residents and those who have bought units in those houses. And I'm very happy to report that there is tremendous progress in Jivanji. It's going really well. the first tenants should be coming back soon, you know, to their units, and we shall issue them. In as much as that started before my county government, you know, we shall find a way to
Sorry,
make sure.
Governor, I want to just request anybody whose their mic is on, just to switch them off, so that we don't have the echoes. Governor, proceed.
Yeah, so Chair, allow me then to have my chief officer go into the specifics of the 5 estates.
Yeah, but before that, because your presentation was a substantive one, that I was giving the senators to give a substantive question to you, and then we
Sorry,
can
I think I missed Senator Crystal's.
Yes. She did ask a question, but I wanted to ask you 4 substantive questions, which I also want the representatives also to actually take note, because there will be point of conversation. The first one, Governor, in your presentation, you have very well focused on the historical development of these estates, and which is very highly appreciated. But that with that historical representation also come with historical tenancy, if you may see what I mean. Because if you start the story from 1960 to where we are right now, it is my humble judgment that then you would have different tenants over time, which can bring about the issues of succession of tenancy, which is a very important one for me, because then classification of those tenancies then must be very clear. Do we have secondary tenancies, or do you have primary tenancy? And how do you go about that in terms of identifying who then do you classify as the tenant who will qualify for the real deal that you are presenting? So I wanted you to talk about that historical succession of tenancies. So that would be number one. The second issue that I'm very keen on, although I'm not a resident of Nairobi, I'm from Migori, but I'm a very passionate son of this country. And I strongly believe that the approach to Nairobi, being a primate city in the continent, and if you think about just the kind of business that Nairobi attracts, it certainly needs a metropolitan approach in terms of management. And that was attempted in the previous administration, not well executed because of a number of vested interests, but that doesn't take away the idea of a properly run metropolitan city. Whether it's by the county government is immaterial, but just in terms of the principle of it. And that then brings the idea of how then do you integrate proper infrastructure into these major estates in terms of your development and planning. Because you've got about 18 of them that have been earmarked, 13 of them that you're very well thinking about planning. But is there a proper thinking around just the infrastructure that integrates into the city in your common planning of it? You know, are you thinking about things like cable cars? Are you thinking about things like the train access? What is the infrastructure integration into the larger cosmopolitan area of Nairobi City? That will be a very big interest for the committee. The third substantive question I wanted to ask you here, you did not talk very strongly about the public utilities. And I do understand the essence of having a developer and the plan. I don't want to come down into that. But by principle, for the benefit of the residents who are going to be there, have you absolutely solved for the issues of public utilities? Because this has been the biggest problem in Nairobi, and actually even in our major urban areas. If you think about issues of sewerage, for instance, we have got estates that were started generally in Nairobi, and today they are poverty havens simply because of poor public utilities. You find sewerage bursts, and in some of these estates that you have shared, for instance, you have just told us that Woodley will be moving from 43 units to 1975 units. I mean, that's a big sewerage pressure. That's also a big waste management pressure. If you think about waste management in Nairobi, is there a principle approach to it that the residents who are here can also be able to chime in? And these are also some of the areas of public participation that Senator Sifuna had asked before, whether there was proper public participation. Then the last thing is just about quality of life. Remember, I asked about the dignified living of the residents as they are currently and as they will be in future. And some of these dignified lives manifest in our lives in Nairobi every day. For instance, if I take a simple case of flooding in Nairobi, we know what happens when Nairobi rains. there is a proper incidences that we have seen of serious flooding in Nairobi. Here we're talking about 13 estates. And we are talking about high-rises, which have become a symbol of concrete jungle, even in places like Kileleshwa that has been in the news, and Lavington. Is there thinking about quality of life with regards to vagaries of nature, such as flooding? Those will be substantive questions I wanted you to talk through, whether now or in the mix of the conversations that we'll be having with the residents here as you're presenting.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very happy to answer them now. The first question you've asked, and these are good questions, Chair, is with respect to historical tenancy. Chair, it is true, there have been different tenants from, you go to Ziwani from 1939, you know. But any lawyer will tell you that we can only get into an engagement with that person who we have a contract. And the person we have a contract with is the person in our records who is paying the rent. The Rating Act, which you passed in December, also alludes to that. And so, yes, there could be some who are the ones we've contracted, the ones who have the documentation, but they have sublet to other people. First of all, the subletting is not legal. It is not acceptable, and it cannot be recognized to us. We can only engage with those in our record who have been given that allotment and who are our tenants, Chair. In many of these estates, the extensions, they're also illegal. The extensions, there are other structures behind there, those structures are not legal. But these people in those structures can get an opportunity to be a tenant in the new development, not to be an owner, to be a tenant in the new development. Remember, they do not pay rent to Nairobi, to the people of Nairobi, you know, because that rent is what comes to the public coffers. It is not to myself, it is to the public coffers. And so the people we recognize. Otherwise, you'll open a huge Pandora's box. Even somebody who came and put a kiosk in Jericho will also want a unit for free, or in Woodley. You know, you cannot go there. So there are also limits as to what we're able to do as a county with respect to those who are our tenants. A tenancy agreement is a legal document that is binding, either implied or implicit, or explicit in terms of a document. But just the arrangement of paying and receiving services gives you, you know, what you call the, you know, an implied contract, you know, that there exists. That yes, you're my tenant, you have that card, you're in our book, our records management, our records office, estate management has you in our database. That is the person who will benefit from this. And by the my team can feel free to chime in at any other point as we move along. And so I know now you will see many people going back to their houses because they had let go of those. You will have, and that's why we must have a very serious process of addressing each case by case. You'll have a case where you have a nephew and an uncle or a niece or two brothers claiming the new unit. You know, we will not, because the person we gave was one individual, maybe who worked at the county, has 4 children, it doesn't mean they'll get 4 houses. It doesn't. They'll get 1 unit that is theirs to own. If the others want to come and be tenants, they can then come and they'll get priority to be tenants in the other houses that will be available to them. There are limits to what you can be able to do legally. Chairman, metropolitan management of the city, I think that's a broad question. Of course, we have very good urban planners and in the city. Professionally, the Institute of the Urban Planners will tell you that they're members and of good ranking. Nairobi County is a county that is growing. By the time a lot of the plans previously were done, they were targeting a population of less than 2 million people. Today, we are 7 million in the city of Nairobi during the day, 5 million at night, around 5.2 thereabout at night, because many commute to our neighboring cities. We say Kajiado is our bedroom, and so is Kiambu and Machakos, you know. And so with that, there are certain things that must be done, Chair. Chair, in the next 25 years, which is why we're almost concluding with the unveiling of Nairobi Vision 2050 steering committee. In the next 25 years, we'll have 10.5 million people in the city of Nairobi. Of course, there is a huge strain on the infrastructure as we speak. There's need for us to avoid what we call urban decay or urban sprawl. which is why our development control proposals at the Assembly are to increase the heights, you know. But it's not increasing the heights without thinking about the amenities and the utilities. And I will break down to you what we're doing with water and sewer. And many will tell you they're getting more water, but I'll explain why and how and what is happening with that respect. Chair, you have urban decay in areas where somebody has to travel from Kamulu to go drop their child to school in Makini and go to work in Westlands, you know, or go to hospital at Mama Lucy on Kangundo Road. Yet, each of these estates should be able to have all of these amenities. That is what had been before. You'd have a health center, you'd have a market, you have a hospital, I mean, you have a school, and possibly many people would work around that area. Now, avoiding urban sprawl is not creating a concrete jungle. Any global, you know, globally acclaimed urban planner will tell you that is where the world is moving to. You'll be shocked, and this one you can Google and search or research in any way. In the east coast of the US, the greenest part of the US is Manhattan. That is considered the greenest part based on carbon emissions. And it is that way because they have done what we call densification. With that densification, more people are walking, they're using less fuel, the emissions are much lower, people can cycle to work, they can walk to work, and that is how you create a city that is, you know, geared towards the future. We're dealing with climate action. Remember, Chair, this is not just a Nairobi problem, it's an African context problem. In the 1950s, 22% of the world's population was in Europe, only 7% in Africa. Where we're going to, in that 2050, 1 out of 4 people will be living on the continent of Africa. And of those 1 out of 4, 25%, 65% will be in our urban areas. So what we're doing is something that should be replicated in our urban areas on the continent and in Kenya, in our counties. You know, it needs to be replicated. Otherwise, you'll have sprawling informal settlements, you'll have poor quality of life. And so when we're doing these estates, we're putting into mind the need for urban areas, green urban spaces, recreation facilities, water, sewer provision, the issues of traffic. Now, when it comes to, and of course on infrastructure, you know, this is the reason why, and you've mentioned the flooding and the roads, etc., why we are still putting up a very big fight as the governors on the issue of the road maintenance fuel levy. And I want to thank the Senate. The Senate has been resolute on this. And a lot of our leaders, especially the Right Honorable Prime Minister, is spoken about it time and time again, that it cannot be that every Kenyan pays for fuel levy when they buy fuel. They pay for it. Inadvertently, everyone pays for it. And then there are two categories of roads, national and county, but you want this money only on the national roads. You come to a city like Nairobi, you find like the major arteries that everyone is talking about and has a problem, Jogo Road, for instance, Agwins Kodhek, go to Juja Road, are not managed by the county. The funds are not there with the county, but when people hit those bumps, the name that is easiest to pronounce is Sakaja, you know. Let us have the responsibility with the resources. The members of parliament cannot want to control infrastructure and plan citywide or countywide, yet the area of focus is so narrow. And I gave an example. I don't want to give a specific member, but if you have a member of parliament who has a huge informal settlement and also a middle class settlement, for instance, Upper Hill and Kibra, or Hurlingham and Kawangware, or Westlands and Kangemi, when they get money through Kera, and I don't know why Kenya rural roads is in Nairobi, but anyway, they are. When they get money, they will not put it in Westlands Supermarket or Jogo Road, which traverses more than 4 constituencies, or Hurlingham, or even areas like Jericho. They will put it where the votes are. But a county government is able to think holistically at the connectivity between these areas. So, Chair, on infrastructure, I think we need more support. And counties should also be allowed to resource it. Remember, RMLF, a component of it, I think 25%, is being securitized. But it's being securitized by the national government. Why is it that the national government can go borrow, securitize, and do all that for their projects, but not for county projects? For you to build a city of the future, the amount of money you need is way more than what we collect, and way more than what we get from equitable share. Even if we push to 450, Nairobi will just move from 20 to 23 or 24. So, Chair, on that one, I just want to thank.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, I think that if the governor restricted himself to answering specifics, we would move a bit faster.
Yeah, this specifically what is about infrastructure.
I think you should go to pointed answers, Governor, because if we sit here and listen to all these stories, we might not be here. We know what our position is on RMLF. We know what the position of our party leader is. Maybe you can tell us about your party leader's position. But let us answer the specific questions that have been raised so that
Chair,
we move a bit faster.
Chair, if you remember what you've asked me, you've been very clear about infrastructure. And
Yes,
you've
yes.
in fact asked about
But just,
potholes.
I think the point is just being able to summarize so that we have a lot of heads in the room who can be able to.
So, Chair, on the public utilities, and you know, I mean, if you ask a wide question, you'll get a wide answer. You know, I can't summarize when you've asked generally about metropolitan planning. Public utilities, the example I can give is Woodley. All of these estates, we know that the population is going to go up, definitely. Chair, you know what we're doing with respect to water. I think I've expressed it in this committee. We've had a huge shortage of water in Nairobi. We've been able to increase 140 million liters per day. For Woodley, there's a new line that will affect Hurlingham, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, coming down from Kabete through to Oleodume, to actually the junction of Kungu Karumba, the new road that connects Ngong Road and Langata Road. That line will serve this estate and the estates around it, including Langata, that has never been getting water. Now we have a new line coming through Karen, which has never gotten, by gravity, from through Bomas of Kenya. And so, while you have done that, the point I really want you to understand is that the Nairobi is water scarce. Yeah, we require 900 million liters a day, but we only had 525 million liters a day. We've added 140, but there is still a gap. There are two projects which I would urge you to help us sort out. On Northern Collector 2 and Maragua 4, that will add another 220 million liters a day to serve these estates. It can be done within the next 2.5 years. The financing request, again, is stuck at the national level. So, Chair, I think I'll leave it at that. Remember, with increased water, 75% of it then must be sewer provision. That is how you calculate it. At least with the Nairobi River Regeneration Program, we're doing a 1.8 by 2 meter trunk sewer, 54 kilometers. That will serve population for the next 40 years, but along that corridor. A lot of estates had been, putting direct connections of sewer into the river. But now when you have a trunk sewer on both sides of that one river, remember we start with Nairobi River, phase 2 is Ngong River, which is the most polluted river on the continent, and then Mathare River. With those three, if they also have that component of trunk sewer, and remember these are contracts that are coming with the financing, we should be able to be pretty good when it comes to sewer.
Very well. I think that for the purposes of fairness of time,
yeah, I'll leave it at
that. I'll allow your, did you say your Chief of Staff?
Yeah, Chief Officer.
Chief Officer, I mean, just 2 minutes, in case there is any part that you didn't, capture, and then I'll open it up to the representatives, so you can listen to the representative from what you have presented, and then I'll come back to the senators.
No, Chair, just clarification on that infrastructure, because the problem is with everything the governor says, there are questions that arise. Now, I have a very specific question, Governor.
Can I request,
on
Senator?
that infrastructure alone?
Only?
Yes.
Okay, because I want to be fair to the guests who have also been here.
Absolutely.
Since.
And
Yes.
Chair, you should remember that I am representing these people. So the questions I'm asking are not for Sifuna. I don't stay in Woodley. Governor, when we had this conversation last time about the joint ventures and how we determine how much allocation of houses the county gets, we only made reference to the cost of the land. But if indeed this agreement puts responsibility for critical infrastructure, including those public utilities, on the county government, because an estate, a home, is not just a building. All these amenities are also part of what makes the place livable. If indeed, then the cost of doing water, sewage, public roads, and other utilities I've seen here under clause 23C is on the responsibility of the county government. Shouldn't you then get more units in terms of the additional cost that makes this place a livable estate? Otherwise, in my view, if you are a developer of a house, you cannot just build a house and leave and say, we are selling units. You need access to water, you need access to that road infrastructure, you need access to sewerage. What would you say about that? As in, shouldn't we be getting more units given the fact that we as a people of Nairobi now have to pay that cost to make that estate livable?
In an ideal situation, yes, but all on-site infrastructure is covered by the developer, or including where they're doing a school or a social hall, etc. But the off-site infrastructure then comes back to the county government. That is the arrangement. But I'll allow the chief officer to get into more of those details.
Governor, I would advise, because some of us also are engaged in some of these urban planning issues. I would advise that some of these questions, if perhaps there's no concrete answer to them, just take them as feedback. Because my question was very, very specific on the integration of those infrastructure. And that's why you see Senator Sifuna would then have to ask more questions, even in that question that you've given, because that integration concept is not about just the investment that has made holistically in the city. Is how are these integration considered at this development planning phase? Because if, for instance, what Senator Sifuna is asking, if you're going to have a developer who is going to benefit from the infrastructure that you've put as a county, it's an investment you've made. And you need to have a value of the cost of investment that is there, so that your share must then be bolstered based on the contribution that you're making with that investment. But that I'll leave that for another time, because I know that I really want to hear. So can you just perhaps take a note, and then you'll be able to add them when we have added from the Chair. Or Senator, I can give you 1 minute, and then
Chair,
and then
my
we'll go.
mic has been on for a long time. It's a direct question, really, and a simple one. It's not every time that you have the governor of Nairobi here. These buildings are coming up every day, even before he does what he's doing. The buildings are coming up in Nairobi every day. All of them are feeding on the same sewer system, the same infrastructure that was established those years. Maybe the question that the people in Nairobi would also want to hear is, I've heard of some development taking place this side of the city, but the biggest population, I think, is on the other side, Eastlands, Pumwani, Embakasi, that side. What are we doing about that, the sewer system, especially the sewer system? Every time you drive around that place, burst sewer all the time.
Chair, we can have a substantive meeting on all the water and sewer projects we're doing in the county. There are very, very many, including some that we launched during the tour we had a few weeks ago. There are very many, done by Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, being undertaken by the county government, being undertaken by Athi Water. So I'll be very open to come and give you a breakdown of all of those projects. Of sewer expansion, recently we're doing Umoja sewer expansion, we're doing some in Eastlands. And the water, that's what I was explaining, the water, the first problem has been just the sheer quantity that is needed vis-a-vis how we're working to increase the quantity that then is received from Nairobi. So I'm very happy, Chair, on a substantive discussion around that.
Just how these facilities are integrated to the entire development. That's the biggest concern we have.
But Chair, I want to assure you.
Just a moment, Governor. Just to say that what Senator Wambua and Senator Sifuna are bringing up are very, very important. Because while the development of these 13 assets are going on, what they are saying is that they are not the only development that are going on. So there is this overall dependency of these facilities by other developments that are going on. We even talk about commercial development that are going on in Nairobi that are depending on sometimes this infrastructure. But we just wanted to have a case for integration. That's all. For how you think about access system, transport system, sewerage system, flooding system, and those kind of things. And you can give us that in writing at opportune time. But I don't want to belabor that because there are more substantive issues that we need to engage with.
Unless you give you our entire development plan of the county. Chair, the county is an ongoing institution. We build roads every day. We have a plan for the roads. We have a plan for sewer. We have a plan for water. Whether or not we are doing urban renewal, we would still be doing it. And the assets we are doing will connect to that infrastructure. And remember, this urban renewal plan is not something that someone came up with last week or last year. There's been a lot of professional input. Of course, they're faltered in many areas of execution, but the engineers, the planners, the architects, the transport professionals have been sitting on this for years. Remember, it started during the time of the first administration. So, if you want a substantive discussion on all infrastructure, for instance, we say in Makadara constituency, because that is where we have many of them. We have Jericho, we have Bahati, we have national government is doing some in Makongeni, in all those areas. We can be able to present that so that you can see holistically. But I want to assure you, we're not just sitting, doing nothing, waiting for houses to come up, Chair. Please have that assurance.
Problem, Governor? Please. Can I give you 3 minutes? Can I do it in 3 minutes?
Yes, I'll be very.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. We have several projects in Nairobi in what we classify as phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Phase 1, you're all familiar with it. It's Pangani and Jivanji, which are under construction. Phase 2, we have Woodley, Lot 1, Kariobangi North, Bahati Lot 3, Maringo Lot 2, Jericho Lot 1, Jericho Lot 2, and Ziwani Estates. Of this, in phase 2, only Woodley is under construction. The rest are currently in the joint venture stage, where we are imminently about to sign with the partners that we have secured. Then we have another phase, which is what we are calling phase 3, which we will be advertising. Phase 3 comprises what we advertised in phase 2, which didn't get a developer, and now the new lots that we'll be putting out. These are Bahati Lot 1 and 2. Again, we might drop, based on our negotiations with the national government, we might drop Bahati and release it to the national government. We have Maringo Lot 1, Jericho Lot 3, Lumumba Lot 1 and 2, Bondeni, Embakasi, Woodley Lot 2, Woodley Lot 3 and 4, Maringo Lot 3 and 4, Lumumba Lot 3 and 4. So those we will soon advertise to secure developers. That is the summary of where we are in terms of status.
Very well. Honorable Senators, I wanted to seek your, congruence whether we can be able now to have open this to the representative of the estates, just to
Chair,
hear from them what their reaction
Chair,
would be.
just before you do.
Yes.
I don't think the CEC had followed the guidance that the chair gave. That there are 5 estates present in this meeting today. What you need to do, don't tell us about the other lots. Just those estates that are in this meeting today, what is the status? So maybe you can the chair had guided Lumumba are here, Woodley are here, Maringo are here, New Pumwani are here, although New Pumwani was a different issue. And the other one, the clerk can guide. Just maybe just give a breakdown of the status in those that are present here.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My apologies for maybe missing that direction. For Lumumba, we did not secure a developer when we advertised, so we will be advertising Lumumba, Lot 1 and 2. Jericho, Lot 3, we will be advertising, but currently we have prepared the joint venture agreement for Jericho, Lot 1 and Lot 2. I hope that's clear. New Pumwani, I think that's something else. It's not part of the mapped estates. Woodley, we have Woodley Lot 1 is ongoing. The developer is on site. I believe currently setting out to begin construction. Then Woodley Lot 2, 3 and 4 will be advertised. Maringo Lot 3 and 4 will be, Maringo Lot 1, Maringo Lot 3 and 4 will be advertised, while Maringo Lot 2 already has a developer with whom we are signing a joint venture. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator, is that in order? Senator Sifuna?
Yeah, Chair. There's a breakdown of the phases. we have pre-construction, construction, and post-construction activities. Now, when you say you are advertising, is it safe for us to assume that you are done with all the preliminaries, including the engagements with your tenants?
Yes. Please go ahead.
You are done with the tenants. All public participation has been concluded in Lumumba, in everywhere. That's what you're saying.
In terms of the intention to develop, all right, that one we have concluded. What is not concluded is the conversations around the inconveniences, what the chair has been calling the dignity of tenancy and how we are compensating these tenants. Those conversations are pending, as they are for most of the residents who are here. We are yet to, lock down. Are we going to give you a 2-bedroom? Are we going to give you a 1-bedroom? How long is the, eviction notice? How many months do we compensate you to be out of sight before you come back? So those nitty-gritty conversations have not yet been concluded with all of those estates.
Now, wouldn't you agree with me, Chair, that pending conclusion of that conversations, you're poisoning the atmosphere? I think there was an undertaking by the governor last time you were here, Your Excellency, that nothing would happen prior to conclusion of those. I don't know why you're calling them inconveniences, because these are that choice of word is a bit odd, Madam CEC, because these are serious concerns that are being raised by your tenants.
No,
and,
she's saying the tenants' inconveniences.
Correct.
Tenants being inconvenienced.
That's what I'm saying. I doubt you will classify the concerns in Jericho or Lumumba as inconveniences. These are major concerns. And Governor, we had advanced this conversation where you had gotten to a point where I think you had undertaken in uncertain terms that there would be no agreement signed without these so-called inconveniences having been cleared. But maybe, Chair, with your guidance, we can hear from the residents about these inconveniences. And then,
before even that, the update I would love, because I want Governor, this committee is very keen on closures. Some of them will be long-term closures, some will be medium-term closures, but some are certainly short-term closures. And those closures, what I was expecting in that particular brief, I think it's one of the most important briefs that we have had in the entire conversation. What I was expecting is, with Lumumba, this is the timeline we have to conclude on those concerns. These are the ones we have concluded. In the next 2 months, 1 week, 3 weeks, we are concluding on that conversation for once and for all. We are proceeding this way. And Governor, I talk also as a political leader, in the sense that I know that a governor's term is 5 years. And the last 1 or 2 years, there is a lot of political activities going on. So we don't want a situation whereby this thing becomes so an open-ended conversation, that we haven't concluded on this, we may conclude on it, we will conclude on it. Is there a specific update on every single of these 5 estates with regards to, just a moment, with regards to where are you at with those conversations with the residents, so that I can be able to actually open? I think this would be a good point to open up to the residents also. But I'm going to give you just 2 minutes. If you have got that brief, what you have said that is pending, how long is this going to be pending in your view with regards to each and every of those estates?
You know, Chair, you're giving a direction, but just allow us to also try and help if we can. The governor has had his time. He has laid out his case. He has said what he had to say about the estates that he had to speak about. The residents are here. Why can't we just hear from them?
Yeah, and that's what I've said, that whatever the update she has given that Senator Simon has followed up on is a very, very serious update, that we need to have a concrete answer to it. If there is none, it's also fine, because you've got the residents here. But I'm just saying, for 2 minutes, do you have a time-bound update with regards to those agreements?
Chair, where we have a developer, for instance, Woodley, we did conclude immediately on the MOU. The MOU is a fairly standard document which is applicable across the estates. So the minute a developer is secured. For instance, we have done the documentation, we have signed the JVs, we have signed the form of contract, and all those statutory processes are concluded, and developer is properly onboarded. Remember, it is the developer who compensates, all right? The resources to compensate the tenants for the time they will be out of the site comes from the developer. So until the developer is properly onboarded, you cannot necessarily engage with the tenants, because even the conversations around how much money are you paying them requires the developer to be on board, so that then it's sort of like an agreement. We'll pay you 15,000, for 1 year or for how long. So a lot of these conversations will move faster once we conclude with the joint venture agreements. Where we have concluded the joint venture agreements, Reed, Woodley, and Kariobangi North, those conversations with tenants have been concluded. The MOUs are just pending signature. Woodley be finished, Kariobangi North, we're just about to do it. So as soon as we are done with these other 5 joint ventures, then we should be able to lock the MOUs with the residents. So that's the sequence of events, and which is why we have not yet fully concluded with the tenants, because the JVs are still ongoing.
Okay, I think this will be a good point to now transition to the residents. And I think the neater way to do it, if you would allow me, our guest for today, I would go estate by estate, and I will first of all just request the chairpersons from the estates to, make a submission or respond to what the governor has said, and then time allowing, I'll then go another round whereby I'll allow the estates to actually perhaps have maybe a secretary or a member who, depending on how you are organized, I will be fine opening it up to any of the residents members. But let's start with the chairpersons of the estate, and I will start with the Ofafa Jericho. If the chairperson or the person representing the chairperson is here, then I will give you this opportunity to perhaps, let me just see in terms of time. I think 5 minutes is fair, isn't it? I'll give you up to 5 minutes. If you want to share that 5 minutes with a secretary or a treasurer or a member, you are free. This meeting is free. But we'll start with the Ofafa Jericho. And remember to reintroduce yourself for the benefit of the governor and his team before you do a submission or a response or a query that you want the Senate to be vigilant on this development.
Thank you. My name again is John Mgoda, Chairman of Ofafa Jericho Residents Association. Excuse me, Chair. May I make an honest request?
Sure.
5 minutes may be too short for us to present. And if we are to start presenting, I would request that Maringo, the way we had arranged it, start presenting, we follow, then Lumumba comes through. If you don't mind, if you can give us at least 10 minutes.
Senators?
That's fine, Chair. I think it would be only fair, given that we on our part have exhausted the better part of an hour and a half.
Yes.
Which hour belongs to the governor. The senators have only taken half.
Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes, but then that would mean that just see how you spread it. So you are requesting that I start with Maringo?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, please, Maringo, the chair is Peter, right? Yes, Peter, please go ahead.
Sorry, the chair is Shauri Njoroge. There are 2 Njoroges. There is Peter Njoroge and Shauri Njoroge.
Yes, Njoroge. Yes. Because Peter was there for the representatives, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you, our able senator and the Senate committee for inviting His Excellency, the governor. We have never met him since we elected him. Anyway, let's start. To be sincere, Maringo Estate. To be sincere, our engagement with the NCCG has been so horrible. First of all, we came at the bottom of the chart when they were finalizing issues. And when we asked them who did the public participation, they never did it in Maringo, and nobody in Maringo was involved. So they were doing is chiefs and estates officers, not engaging the residents of Maringo. When it comes to public engagement, when it comes to awareness, nothing was done. Here we see there were 6 clusters, nothing that was done. When it came to mapping, when they were doing mapping, that's when some road constructions were going on. So they were doing it clandestinely, hiding. And we even asked them, what are you doing? They told us that we are trying to mark the roads. We come here telling you that these people don't come up openly. They come up hiding. Another thing is that recently we engaged the county assembly committee, and several issues came out about public participation. We came to notice that they are even doing public participation in WhatsApp selectively in an area where they call it Lot 2. We have 310 houses. They only engaged 74 households, leaving out the rest. And when the acting director of housing was asked to clarify, he said that it's true, that they are doing public participation in WhatsApp, but selectively. It's in the hazards. Another thing is that we came to notice that these projects is not following the constitution, even the county acts. Okay, let me leave it to the secretary, kindly.
Good afternoon, Senate Chair. My name's Onyango Gutu, the Secretary of Maringo Estate Residents Associations. I wanted to be on record that we appeared before the County Committee on Lands, Planning and Housing on the 26th of March 2025. What emerged from that meeting last month, what emerged from that meeting was clear that this project has not been approved by the County Assembly. We referred them to Section 114 of the County Government Act, which subsection 2, which says that a project of this magnitude must be subjected first to public hearing. It is mandatory that it has to be subjected to public hearing, which has not been done. The same, it has not been, there is no validation report that has been submitted to that committee to present to the County Assembly for approval. So, as we speak now, this project has not been approved by the County Assembly. Number 2, Section 115 entails that laws and guidelines for such a project have to be emanated from the County Assembly. In this case, there is none. So in our view, or what we fail to understand is why somebody should be so desperate as to try to implement a project which has not been approved, knowing that it is an illegality. When we talked of public participation, sorry, let me just say one thing. The acting director of housing told the meeting that only 7 MCAs they went with to Naivasha are the ones who approved the project, contrary to provisions of Section 114 of the County Government Act. When we come to public participation or public engagement, we had about 6 of them, but on all occasions, they were coming to tell us what they are intending to do or what they have passed, not putting into consideration our inputs, which they were conducting the public participations contrary even to the provisions of their own guidelines. I think we gave out files and we have put all the documents that will prove that they were not even following their own guidelines. Just a moment, clerk, did you receive any documents from just the same way we do with the governor? If there are documents that were received, I know we might not have enough copies. If there are not enough copies, I want you to share with the senators because they are seated there, just so that when there's reference made, senators, you can have the benefit of integrating the document. And also I'll just be keen that Chair, we presented enough documents. Yes, we presented enough files. Okay. So don't worry, the clerk will supply the senators with the files. Go ahead. On matters of ownership, house ownership, we wrote to the governor a letter dated 6th of March 2024. The governor has never had courtesy even to respond to that letter. From March 2023 up to this moment and time. We wrote him a reminder in October last year. The same, he has not responded to the same. In our letters, we attached sessional paper number 5 of 1958/59, and I'll refer you to page 23 of the same document. Though it is faint, it is somehow highlighted. It talks on how Maringo was constructed. This was constructed with an agreement between the Central Housing Board and the contractor. And they only handed the houses to the city council, the then city council, as trustees to collect rents on their behalf, on behalf of the Central Bank, which is now referred to as the National Housing Corporation. The sessional paper illustrates how the money was supposed to be used. It included all even claims. We wonder what claims the city council or the county government is claiming on the estate. We also have sessional paper number 4 of 1959 at page 39. It gives the redemption period of the loan, which is put at 25 years. It is very clear that that loan was supposed to be redeemed within 25 years. But the city council have continued collecting rent. They have refused to reply to our documents. In fact, even In our last sitting, the acting director said that they own the houses in trust, meaning the houses do not belong to them. We also have a Hansard extract of 1960, which is clear. It was now repealing the powers that they had given the then city council, the power to collect rent now, and gave it back to the Central Housing Board to collect. And it is even clear that what they legalized at that time was only administrative arrangements that the city council and the Central Housing Board had. That is what was legalized in 1960, according to the Hansard report that we have. We have also a Kenya Gazette. Yes, Senator.
Sorry, Chair. We're just discussing here among ourselves, and we appreciate the presentation by Maringo, but quite clearly the issues that are coming up are issues that actually should have come up during public participation. We cannot allege to conduct public participation here. That would not be possible. Chair, what we would want the Maringo representatives to do is perhaps point to the issues that the governor he has made a presentation. What issues do they agree with? Which issues don't they agree with? So that, as we say, Chair, today we must bank something. We can't have this conversation over and over and over again.
Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Chair, allow me to guide the residents, because I know the level of anxiety that these issues arouse. You guide us about the nature of these public participation forums. There was a notice here, and there was supposed to be a public participation on 25th May 2023 at St. Patrick's. Were you there? Were you present?
Yes, we were there.
Were you allowed to say these things that you are saying here now?
These people are only on that day, St. Patrick's, the estate officer came with a document. He read that document, did not share it with anybody, and they just walked out.
So he never allowed you to make this presentation you are making?
No.
Okay, that is the information that is important to the Senate. Now, other than this meeting at St. Patrick's on the 25th of May 2023, has there been any other meeting between you and the county government?
Yes,
in terms of public participation.
We met again on let me just a minute.
You gave us a date here of 2024, 6th March 2024. Oh, that was a letter. There was a meeting of.
There is one of 5th August 2023, and another one on 2nd February 2024.
Those are meetings of public participation.
Purported public participations.
Were you present in those meetings?
Yeah, I was present.
Did the county leadership allow you to make that presentation that you are making now?
No, we have never been allowed to make that presentation. And I started by saying that we were written to the governor, and he has not even had the courtesy of responding to the same.
Okay, that is clear, Chair. I think we can move, unless there is any other issue.
I've been very lenient. You have actually taken about 17 minutes. Thank you. Yes, but I was giving time because I like classifying sometimes some of these themes that come out. So I think that the theme that I was getting is one, a miscommunication between you and the governor, where there is no, maybe some exchange communication, which apart I think the governor will respond to at the right time. But then there's also the issue of the legality of the project. And the one that perhaps actually caught my eye was the issue of a requirement to have the county assembly certify this kind of project, which I think again Governor will talk about or rather respond to. So in that presentation, I have actually gotten two of those issues: lack of that communication between you and the Governor, which I think should be there because it's a stakeholders engagement, just the way Governor would have conversation between the county and developers. There should be conversation between you as residents and the governor. But then the issue of legality, senators, I think that the issue of this county assembly engagement perhaps is something that the governor can respond to at some point. So just governor, just take notes. You know, your governor was a senator here, and during his time here, I used to follow him so much. He was also the chair of was it at that time? No, there was a coalition. Sorry. When you're MP, isn't it? Yes, yes. He was sharing the cohesion and equal opportunity. So I would wish that there is equal opportunity in this conversation, both in terms of communication and even further into the substantive allotment that we talk about. So those two issues, Governor, just note them. Those are the ones I've highlighted. I will go to Lumumba very fast, but please, I am not in the habit of saying it is time, cut. Because that is not that's not the fashion here. But I wanted to go to Lumumba, and then I'll go to the Jericho Fafa. Lumumba.
Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Chair, I think if you want us to move very fast, what you need to do is to guide our guests on what the governor has said. If they are objecting to what he has said, what point? They must point out which point they are not agreeing with, which one they are agreeing with, so that we can move forward very fast.
Fair enough.
On one issue, Bonacha, our friend said that the issue of land or those properties belongs to who and who. The property belongs to the people of Kenya. And that is what he should note. From there now, we can keep on moving very fast. Please guide us.
No, that's guided. That's guided. I think you've taken note from what actually Senator Sifuna emphasized, that all the senators have emphasized that let us, for the purpose of moving forward, the governor has done a presentation. The clerk did capture all the conversations that we have had in the past, which was what I call a status report. Let us try and interrogate those ones. Which ones do you feel satisfied about? Which one do you feel you agree with? What should we take note of as senators in terms of those presentations? So Lumumba.
The Governor and fellow...
by the way, just a moment, Chair. You know, I like simplifying conversations such as this because we dealt with the issues in Mombasa, and it was very complex sometimes for even the petitioners to say just what do you want. I think that this is an opportunity also for you to simplify it for us as senators, as well as the governor. This is what we want. Because that's a harder way of actually be able to make sure that as senators you can be able to converge with you and the governor on this issue. Is that okay? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, Your Excellency the Governor, and Honorable Senators. My name is Agesa Omega. I'm standing in for our Chair, Walter Ogodi. Most has been said by my colleague from Maringo. I'm saying not my colleague, my fellow owner from Maringo. Owner. Why do I say owner? Not tenant. Owner.
Chair, can you restrain the governor from
Governor, stop intimidating,
threatening the witness?
No, but I've never seen...
Governor, you only speak to the chair.
Yeah, next week has a problem.
No, tafadhali.
But I'd like him to tell us how owners paid it. They pay us rent.
No, we can, you'll have your time.
Why do I say owner?
You're protected, sir.
Let me clarify to him. In his presentation, there are some things he was trying to evade. He gave not the whole history of the land.
And my friend Agesa.
Yes.
Here you only speak to the chair, you only look at the chair, you only point at the chair.
I'm sorry.
Chair, please. You know these matters are fairly emotive. And if there is need for physical separation of the governor from the witness. It will help us so that he is free to express himself. I have known governor not to be a violent person.
I guess I proceed.
I am now concerned.
Why do I say honor? The governor has been very evasive. Evasive in which ways? He gave just a brief talk when it came to the history. He never mentioned anywhere the things which the last Senate asked him to produce. And if he could have produced all those, he could have known we are the owners. What I'll give, the governor came and also admitted the county had not gotten a contractor. We are not dealing with Governor Sakaja. We are not dealing with General Badi. We are dealing with Nairobi County government and the NMS, because NMS was a legal entity. So let's start it from the NMS. Our first engagement with the NMS was, and that's the question he asked, how about when NMS leaves the office? The officials by that time responded by saying, Justice Helen Wasilwa ruled it very clearly. NMS is a legal entity. So let's start it from where NMS started this project. In February 15, they called us. We have a meeting with them, which we responded to the call.
Which year?
February 15, 2021.
2021, okay.
We responded to the call, and they required us to do some things, which was registering of resident associations, which we did. The first meeting with the county government stroke NMS was in July 1st of 2021. And there were some things we discussed. They told us of the goodies of the project, but we had to drag them back because we are victims of historical injustice. Why do I say victims of historical injustice? Our parents, when they got these houses, when they were allocated, there were documents, and even as my other co-owner Unyia has stated, the sessional paper of 1959, sessional paper number 3 of 1959, it stated very clearly, the rent, the loan which had come from the Colonial Development Fund to the Central Housing Board will be repaid through rent structure. Through rent what? Structure in the document. We came to independence, and they can even admit it in one of their documents. The first estate to be constructed, to be built by the Nairobi County government, was Uhuru Estate. Uhuru what? Uhuru Estate. Why is Block 51 unique? Because it sits on one piece of land, Maringo, Ofafa, and Lumumba. And in that one piece of land, you realize that's where the whole issue is. No title deed. The other time he told the county, he told the Senate committee last year March, we were preserving the lands. That was not the role of the county government. It's the role of the National Lands Commission, not the county government. Why did they come in 2021? Because that was the expiry of the duration. They are waiting for the expiry of the duration of the historical injustice. That's when they came and ambushed us. Our parents have gone to the graves crying fall of what the county government did to them. How did they play the fall? They took the first cards, which had a lot of things. Now they gave us the cards, which now had the social housing thing. When they gave us those cards, when our parents went to ask after, in 1988, they asked the councillor by then, Sami Mbogwa, tunataka nyumba zetu. The only thing they could tell us is, wapi imeandikwa hiyo. Knowing very well when they had come from the village, they never knew anything related with the law and housing. The governor each and every time they ambush us, through SMS, unlike before, when they advertise one, two, three things in the media. I'm talking of the print media. We have the copies of the print medias with us. When we had the first engagement with them, That's why I say we cannot trust them. They keep on shifting goalposts. We agreed all what had been discussed, which we presented to the Senate committee last year, for them to avail. After availing, we agree on certain issues, which they said, kama iko hivyo, kama ni ukweli, we shall honor it. We agreed the secretary and our secretary, they meet, they synchronize the meeting minutes, it become one document, not a public participation, a document for the minutes. From that time, they have been taking us in circles, ambushing us with things which are not there. Only for the March 2022, we were invited to go to the NMS offices, NMS/NTCG offices at KICC. Because we kept on asking them, if you can't honor these minutes, how will you honor the agreement? They came with a shambolic document. They said, now here it is, you people start signing now, this is the document. We refused to sign the document because what it contained was not what we agreed with them. Some of the things we agreed was, they come with the title deed of the land, Block 51. They come with the design of the houses and everything. And then before that, when they had even started the process, they told us to register. They engaged us first in July 1st, 2021, and yet if you check on the document, the expression of interest was advertised in January 2021. And as per the Constitution says, public participation, we have to be engaged. They never did that. They said whenever they'll be coming on the ground, they will be accompanied by any member of the resident association, which never took place. And one of the person who contravened those things is in the house with us, from the county government side. He used to come akijificha the way the Maringo chairman has said. They could even come with cameras in some double cabin vehicles, wanapiga picha kidogo. We don't know what they are doing. When they see the residents, they run away. So we wondered, is this an open project? If you check on the EOI, and if you check on
what is the name of the person?
Kemboi is in this room. We have even the video.
Who is Kemboi? I want you to be explicit.
Yeah, Kemboi
works with the.
He's the chief housing officer.
Yeah, just.
The chief housing officer, Mr. Kemboi.
Okay, yes. That's continue.
Yes. They continue doing all that.
Just point of order. What video do you have? You said you had a video of him running away or what?
Doing some surveying of the land at the AB zone.
Okay, proceed.
Yes. Even as the governor says, they're in touch with the people. We do pay rents. Do they maintain the houses? Ask them which was the last time they maintained those houses. We have just become a milking cow. I think I will stop with that leave for my chairman Mugonda because of time.
Okay.
Just one question, Chair, to Mr. Gesa.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Gesa, we have a report here from the county government on this public participation. They say there's an exercise at Lumumba Social Hall on the 25th of May, 2023. Were you present at that exercise?
I was present. And when
did you get opportunity to say the things that you are telling the Senate today?
We were present. Our main role was just to listen to what they've come to tell us.
So you didn't tell them any of these things?
They said no, tumeambiwa tu tuwasomee hii karatasi. Tulipouliza wakatuelezea ati hii karatasi tumeambiwa tusipatie mtu. That was the estate officer.
Okay.
Estate Officer Lumumba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, another supplementary. Chair, with what Mr. Agesa has just said, what then, as per your own question, Chair, is the ask from him representing Lumumba?
Yes.
What
we expect from the county government is for them to come and hold a public participation. We discussed some of the things we are raising here, one of them being the ownership of the land. Immediately settle the issue of the ownership of the land, that's when we shall now discuss about the project.
Okay, I guess just as I said, I like concretizing what I'm trying to get into the theme, and that's why actually, if you had about substantive questions, the four of them, now they are coming out, Governor. I'd ask about the question of successive tenancies, which was basically substantially the issue of, is there an ownership problem or this? But for you particularly, I guess, you have referred to session paper number 3.
Yes.
Which was a contract of finance proposals.
Yes.
For the Nairobi African Housing Project.
Yes.
Are you telling this committee that in your humble view, or rather your understanding, that session paper was a contractual agreement that the tenancy payments you were making were towards ownership?
Yes.
I want that to be very clear so that it's a substantive issue, Senator, so that you take it note. That is your understanding as residents?
That is my understanding.
Yes.
Adding unto what, I was not born in Pumwa, I was born in...
Yes, so you, and that's why I was talking about succession, because you brought the issue of your parents,
yes,
who might have been privy to this understanding, and that's why you have filed that contractual paper with us.
Yes.
Is that the understanding?
Yes.
Senators, I want to take note of that.
That's okay, Chair. So
Yes.
then the only thing that then we would ask is that we conclude these things.
Sure, Senator.
So have you tabled that agreement that says that you're paying this rent towards ownership of the house? That's one.
Yes.
And secondly, so what are the residents of Lumumba claiming? Are they claiming the land and the houses, or just the land and not the house? What do you own there? Is it the land and the house, or just the land?
The residents of Lumumba, first and foremost, they are claiming the land. That is number one. And then secondly, when it comes to the issue of houses, it's a matter of discussion amongst the residents.
Chair, I want to finally just let him clarify whether this dispute, a dispute about ownership of land, there's places you can take those disputes.
Yes.
I don't think that sitting with the county governor, you cannot discuss and agree who owns what.
Yes.
So which institutions are handling that dispute about the ownership of Lumumba and Maringo and Jericho?
Yes. What we did, we had to go apply to the National Lands Commission. We had to give our place. Then Commissioner Fatma had to release a team to come on the ground. A team of surveyors. Fatma herself, the surveyor was by the name of Paddy. They came on the ground. They did the survey they started with Maringo, then they came to Lumumba, then they went to Ofafa. And they said they are doing that pegging because in their records, this land does not have any owner. That's why it doesn't have an LR number.
So your position, or what you're telling this committee, is that this dispute is before the National Lands Commission on ownership, not the size or whether who has the title. Who owns this land is a question before the Land Commission, the National Land Commission.
Yes, it's before the Land Commission. And when we did a follow-up, we had to do a follow-up, the National Lands Commission.
Use the mic, please.
We had to do a follow-up, the National Lands Commission. Then after doing a follow-up, some time back, it was last year, we were summoned by Commissioner Fatma. She told us, we have realized the Nairobi, that is immediately the governor had just come from the Senate committee, this committee of roads and housing. She told us, we have realized the county government has got the title deed. What we asked her was, How comes they have a title deed and the governor admitted before the Senate Committee on Roads and Housing in front of all media cameras, the county government does not have a title deed? Now, where have they gotten it from?
Now, these documents have come from you, right?
Yes.
There's a letter here inviting you to a hearing before the National Lands Commission on 30th of April.
Yes.
You are aware of this?
Yeah, they ambushed us over the weekend. And
what do you mean by, how much time do you need? Because you seem to be very knowledgeable about the history of this matter. Even if I woke you up in the middle of the night to appear before this committee, you're telling how much time do you need? Because we can also help you.
No, I don't.
This letter is dated 23rd of April, and they are calling for a meeting on 30th of April, which is a 7-day notice.
In fact, we had a meeting yesterday evening, all the 3 estates, discussing about that letter. Why are we not in agreement with the letter? The letter came through someone who was just a coordinator, and he left the association a long time ago. We have been writing to the National Lands Commission directly as Lumumba Resident Association.
So you're saying you will not attend this hearing?
I'm still answering your question, Senator.
No, you know, I guess we need to make some progress.
Yes.
Let's make progress.
Yes.
And I want you to be very honest with us, because we have been more than honest with you.
Yes.
As a senator, you know how much we have dwelt on this matter.
Yes.
Chair, as a senator of Nairobi, one of the frustrations I have, and I have to express this because I've said it to Chairman Mgonda, I've said it to Sam, is that there appears to be a hesitation from you to resolve this question. That whenever there is opportunity for that conversation to happen, you look for excuses for that conversation not to happen. Chairman, if the National Land Commission has invited you, and you have rightly said they are the ones who should be able to resolve this question, even if they call you today or tomorrow, honestly speaking, what is wrong with appearing before the National Lands Commission?
We have no objection, but
you are saying it should come through you. The invitation should come through you.
No, I'll give you the reason why we are still discussing of it. The letter, we received it on Saturday in the evening, not a working day. And it never came through the official channel. It came through someone.
Senator Wambua. Please, Chairman, you are representing the Chairman. Please let's make progress on this matter.
Yes.
Are you disputing the contents of this letter?
We are not disputing. We can avail ourselves anytime.
Are you disputing the contents of this letter?
We are not disputing.
You are not disputing?
We are not disputing.
Then if you are disputing, what is the problem?
We will appear.
And the problem is how it came to you. I mean, really, surely. This is a serious matter.
Yes.
Please, let's make progress on this matter, Chair.
Yes, we will appear before it.
Chair.
Senator Chute.
Yes, I want to ask Chair a specific question. Question number 1. All these years, our friends have been paying some kind of a rent. I want to know, they were paying to who? Number 1. Number 2, the governor has just said that he's giving houses to the former tenants. What is his take on this? Is he agreeing to it or not?
We don't refuse. Chair. But one thing, we are not trusting the Nairobi County government. They don't honor their promises.
The first question is, you've been paying rent. You've been paying to who? Which institution?
Nairobi County government.
So now you are telling us...
you know, Chair, I just want to... Chair, just let me make this point.
Please, go ahead, Senator.
That I would very much want. You know,
yes.
One of the things you have not told the Chair is that this dispute arose in the 80s. I think it's 1987. Your senator was 5 years. Senator Eddie, who is chairing, I don't think he was born yet. We want to resolve this question once and for all. Yes. Before I leave this Senate,
yes,
I want to be able to have resolved this. And I'm sure there is a commitment on the part of the county government also to make sure that there is finality.
Yes.
And because this is a house of records, the governor has said certain things, and I'll want him to say it himself regarding that question of ownership. But what I wanted to request, these are constitutional bodies that are mandated to settle these disputes.
Yes.
Disputes regarding land ownership, you have rightly identified to be the National Land Commission.
Yes.
I want to make a request, a very passionate request to you, that just the way you have been cooperating with this committee, whenever we call you, I don't hear you complaining about notice, about who has brought the letter. I send text messages to you directly, all of you here.
Yes.
Just appear and make your case, because as Chair, sometimes I get so frustrated. And Chairman, I want you to address this because I've spoken to you directly. It doesn't matter what somebody calls a meeting. If you call Sifuna into a meeting and I know that I don't agree with certain positions, it doesn't matter what you call it. I will go there and say what I want to say. That is why you saw me asking the chair from Maringo whether they were present in these meetings and whether they were allowed to say the things they are telling us now. How is it that the Senate is the only environment where you people can say these things? Do you want, as the Senate, this Senate, do you want us to transform ourselves into the National Land Commission, into the courts, into the Nairobi County government, so that you can have honest conversations?
Yes.
Do you want this chair? Because when Senator Crystal was asking you, what do you want us to do so that we can resolve this crisis? Do you want this committee to be present physically in your meetings with the county government, or what is it that you want so that we can resolve this question?
We'll appear before the National Lands Commission.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm listening.
Yes.
There is no way. There's something called reality check.
Yes.
Where you find yourself now.
Yes.
There is no way you avoid the Nairobi County government.
Yes.
It's not possible.
Yes.
And I empathize. I've been talking about this both at the level of government, national and county government, that constantly we see a loss of trust with the government in both sides. It's an unfortunate situation, where the population loses trust for whichever reason. And I don't want to get into the transactions that have been between you and the county government, whether it's right or wrong. But for whichever reason, we constantly have a population that is constantly losing trust with the county government and sometimes also with the national government. It's an unfortunate state of affairs because it is the Nairobi government that is transactioning, in this case, with the developers.
Yes.
And the reason why I ask you about session paper number 3 is because you are also agreeing that there was, whether it is substantively understood so, or whether it is a misguided understanding, there is some understanding that the payments that were happening in that tenancy agreements were towards the ownership of the land of some sort.
Yes.
The governor has equally been very clear, and if I quote you wrong, Governor, you can correct me on your responses, that once these developments are done, the residents will be given the houses for free. And they say that free is not an issue of being free because you had been paying rent over time and you've been members of this estate for over time.
Yes.
So there is an understanding there that we're not appreciating.
Yes.
So what I want to request you, because I've read the letter that Senator Sifuna has referred to here, what I want to request you first of all is to make sure that you engage with the county government. Number 2, make sure that you engage with the National Land Commission. And perhaps do us a favor to update us on what that conversation has been. Because while the Senator of Nairobi says that we cannot transform ourselves into National Land Commission and the courts, we also, because we work for the people, you sent us to these houses. Senator Sifuna is your representative. He talks on behalf of you. He has got no interest talking on behalf of the government of Nairobi, unless he's talking about issues of RMLF and how you get money to the government of Nairobi. You represent them. We actually have the convening power to actually facilitate a conversation between you and National Land Commission if it's an adversarial one. But the first thing, you must show goodwill and go to those meetings. If it becomes difficult, I can assure you that this Senate is committed to get this issue done. We can be able to invite the National Land Commission, invite you, and invite the county government in a multi-stakeholder conversation. But first of all, we need I don't know whether to say is to restore that trust, because we can't. But we need that engagement to continue.
Yes, we will.
So please listen to Senator Sifuna and engage with the National Land Commission. Appear there, say what you need to say, be firm, update the Senate.
Yes.
Is that a good place to finish your presentation? I can go to the next.
We agree. I agree with it.
Thank you.
In total.
Can I go to Jericho Fafa?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Again, my name is John Mgoda. I am the chairman of Ofafa Jericho Residents Association. Chair, there is a danger of a driver arriving at his destination without passengers. I say this, and I would like to avoid emotions. We have had an extremely difficult moment dealing with the county government. And as an alternative, that is why we find ourselves in this honorable Senate. Difficulties in the sense, I have had public participation meetings being referred to many times. I've been before this Senate. Chair, in Ofafa Jericho, we are still in ground zero. Ground zero for the reason that the meeting of 12 February 2021, which was held just before the Lumumba one, was at the height of COVID. It was held at the Jericho Hall at the height of COVID. But what was the essence of that meeting? First, to form associations that will act as a bridge between the people of Jericho and the county government. Thereafter, any other meeting that has been held was without the public. It was only the committee that meant the principal officers of the county government. And guess what? Anytime they came to those meetings, notices which I have here don't read like invitations for public meetings, public participation meetings. All they stated is, we are coming to update you on the progress. And hang on, when were we ever involved? These are the first days that from 2019 COVID time, 2021 we start meetings. You're telling us to form associations, meet your people for public participation, but they don't come in public participation. Somebody has been mentioned here from the county government, Mr. Kiboi, will stand with me as a witness against his own employer. They never used to come to us with seeking our views, even as their own public participation guidelines say.
Just a moment, John. I don't mean to interfere with your thought process. I like the way you are presenting, but you've mentioned something here that also I think I guess I also mentioned. The meeting that was held in February 2021 that perhaps encouraged the residents to have associations, form these associations to engage with the county government. And of course, it was facilitated by NMS. Is that true?
Yes, Chair.
The two of you, may you just help me understand, was the association formed particularly in anticipation of this renewal and regeneration project?
Correct.
And at that time, were you amenable to it? As in, did you accept the idea of that renewal and regeneration of the estates?
No.
You did not?
No.
Agesa? You did not accept it? Okay, so, sorry? Put yourself on record.
We did not accept it because if you could check on their document, and you check on the one which had for the 1959, there were similar documents.
Okay.
And one was never honored.
Okay.
So we never trusted them to honor this one.
Okay. I just wanted to make that so that we can move together, because
Chair.
That question, I'm going to give you Senator Wambua, but that question, I want to just be clear that the association are not being formed for general engagement with the county, but specifically on this particular project. So that as you present, That is very clear to us.
Yes.
But Senator, I'm going to give you 1 minute, but I want him to continue. I don't want to interfere with this thought process. I just wanted that clarification. But Senator,
just following up on what you're asking, Chair.
Please, yes, please go ahead.
Because then the chairs are saying that they were asked to form associations to engage with the county government, right? And you formed those associations. So what are you opposed to?
Now, after forming those associations, we expected the only good thing they would have done, noble thing, is anytime they wanted to meet the residents, they would come through us, and that was the intention. We would create an atmosphere, maybe arrange meetings and stuff like that, so that when they come to the ground, we will have been involved.
So, because again, the conclusions, no, Senator, you've asked a very good question. You're not opposed to the project, at least at a conceptual level, because I think the commission went through. You are not opposed to the project. What is becoming a point of constraint is that the county government is not engaging the associations and the leadership of the association as you had formed them.
They are not engaging us.
They're not engaging the association. Everything you're saying here is what the government must respond to, and we must get to conclusion. So there's issue of not engaging the associations and the association's leadership. Do I get that as an issue?
Both the associations and the subjects.
Okay.
So just let him continue.
So continue.
Chair,
Yes, continue.
point of order. Chair.
Yes, Senator Asige.
Thank you, Chair. Is it in order, Chair, for us to continue without our member being able to go on record? Because she has walked in and she has tried to catch your eye. But, Chair,
sorry.
you are not allowing your eye to be caught.
No, my eye was caught by the residents. I apologize about that. I was so focused on this other side. Senator Tobiko, please put yourself on record. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator Asige. Chair, my name is Paris Tobiko, member of this committee.
So much, Senator. Sorry, I was so engaged on this side. I didn't notice you coming, but thank you so much for coming to the meeting. So please, John, continue.
Well,
I'll add you
after the formation of those associations, which definitely were the vehicle to approach these discussions, what followed later was strictly a meeting with the association, or rather the committee members. So we met for about 3 times. But in these 3 meetings we met with the chief officers. In one major meeting, we agreed on certain things. If you allow me to mention, including the name of the officer, Madam Marion, who was there then, she said, after lengthy discussion, she is the one who coined the word renovation. So you people don't want the regeneration project. What you want is renovation. In that case, then, I'll give you 10 days within which you should send in your views about renovation. And she agreed to the fact that there was no demolition that was going to happen, because that was what was going on. And by the way, the threatening language that was used to us, we begin in August to evict you people, August of 2021, when the project was still very young. So in those meetings, at one time, we agreed the minutes of 29th June 2021 should be synchronized, harmonized with those of the county government, so that we can agree to sign one set of minutes. We sent the minutes at first. They were never received. They said they don't have an office. We sent a set of minutes again to City Hall. And when we discovered that they are dodging us, what we did is we used the courier. We used Wells Fargo, and we used the G4S to deliver those draft minutes. To date, and they are in some of the files that we have given the members of this committee, we gave members of the committee for their ease of reference. Those minutes have never been signed to date. Now, regarding Jericho in particular, the meeting that was held all over the 13 estates on 25th of May, We held that meeting. Only the county, the estate officer did a speech. We did not allow any of the members of the county government to speak. Why? Because they were going to treat this as a public participation meeting, and we have documented it even before it happened and even after it happened. And in that meeting, we told them, you always come to us to rubber stamp what you have already done in the background. Rubber stamping what? This book, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, is not our product. It is the product of the NMS, and the county government's logo is there. We did not produce this document, and therein lies a lot of information which they themselves have captured. Now, when they failed to sign these minutes, and when that meeting of public participation was called, and we drew their attention to this book, it did not augur well with the residents. And by the way, what happened, there was an altercation, and the officers went to seek refuge in the ward admin's office within Jericho Social Hall. I must mention here that by 12:30, that meeting was in disarray. But we reached out to our Honorable Senator Sifuna, and he stopped what he was doing. He came all the way up to Jericho Hall. And after that, when we explained our case, that is when he realized the grave concerns that we had and arranged for us to come to Senate. We could only seek refuge in the Senate. Why? Even now I've heard you say, Chair, that you will make arrangements for us to meet the governor. I have only met my governor since elections twice, today and last time.
Chair, point of order. Point of order.
Governor, you'll have your time.
No.
Don't.
That's why it's a point of order.
Chair. You're not allowed to have a point of order because you're not a member of this house.
I'm a member.
You are a member, but I will make sure. I will make sure. Governor,
It costs you nothing to hear me.
Governor, just a moment. Let him just finish.
Chair,
once he finishes, I'm gonna make sure that I give you a right of response.
Of course, I'm responding to everything that
yes,
has said.
But
you don't know what I want to ask.
No. The reason why I'm saying this is because when he's presenting, I want him just to finish his presentation. Then I come to you. I'm going to give you a chance to be able to ask. Can you just finish your presentation, John? Because you've got only about 2 minutes to finish.
I will
allow him to speak. Allow him to speak, please, Chair.
John, go ahead.
And therefore, our views, which we are presenting to you today, and which have been captured in those files in quite some detailed documentation, is that, as Senator Sifuna stated, that there seems to be something here that we either need this to be resolved or not to be. We need it to be resolved like yesterday. But the problem has been, right from the word go, we offered ourselves to come to public participation meetings, which were never meaningful. And secondly, because you cannot be heard, then the only alternative you have is to seek for alternative institutions that can help you. And that is why we have gone to NLC, because of the land. We believe we own this land, legally so. And we still also understand we legally own these houses as our houses, because they were rent to own a house, as you have already been explained in those documents that you have been given, and as already explained by my Maringo counterpart. Chair, we were going to seek...
You have one more minute.
We were going to seek your indulgence here, that you engage NLC and engage the county government to please hear us out. We are still in square one. We still believe the residents said no to this project. Proper consultations have never been made, and the law has been broken left, right, and center. We live in fear in our estates. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, I wanted to give you a chance to perhaps raise your concern.
Chair, I think next time we have such an engagement, everyone should be on oath. because there's a lot of disingenuity. Chair, I will share with you a letter, because he says he's met me once or twice, and that they seek audience and they're not getting audience. We invited them for a meeting with me on the 7th of April, 2025. They came and stopped residents from attending the meeting at Charter Hall. Why is he not saying that? You cannot come to the table of equity without, you must have clean hands. So when you call you for the meeting and you come with placards and you threaten others who are registering from attending the meeting, are we really being honest, Chair?
Chair, I think that is why Governor, I think the guidance of the Chair initially was the correct one, that you allow these people to express themselves. These matters are a motive for everyone. Then during your response, you can even table those problems, because me personally, and I will say this because me, I don't fear anybody here. I have raised this concern and I've repeated it here, that our chairs appear to be afraid to go to certain meetings because they think, and Governor, you can understand, because one of the issues, Chair, is that...
Your chairs means chairs of the association.
Yes, these chairs.
Yes, not the chairs of the committees.
One of the reasons is that the minutes of those meetings, and this is a matter that I have brought to the attention of the Governor himself, I've written to you myself, asking for minutes of his meeting. That is the fear of these county chairs. And it is our responsibility as a leadership to address those fears so that we can actually unlock this dispute. So, Chair, I think you had guided properly. Let the chairs finish. Let the chairs finish. I think we only have 2 more to go, and they have more to say. We have not even gotten to Woodley. Bado tujatoka Eastlands.
So I think we have got 2 more. Thank you, John, for your presentation. And Governor, just as I said, actually the way the meeting is going is actually the way it confirms that you're on trial. It's not the other way around where one must rebut the other. But I think that just take note. I'm going to give you sufficient time to respond to some of the concerns that are raised. Let me go to. Let me actually go to Woodley. Let me go to Woodley because I want to mix this. The gentleman, you're from Ofafa, right?
Yes.
Yes. Ofafa has just been represented by the chair.
Yeah, but I want to ask before you go to Woodley, there's some information that you are lacking. Governor is lacking, Senator is lacking, but if it's known, then these discussions will be even more easier to solve.
How many minutes do you need to tell me the information?
2-3 minutes.
I'll give you 2.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone in the room. I have stayed in Maringo since 1962. I was 5 years old. We were the first alpha in Nairobi. Now we are moving out, leading to other alpha. What I want to say is this. 1974, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, and I want Sifuna to help us on this. 1974, Mwai Kibaki, His Excellency, our late, he went to Parliament, passed about owning these houses, and it went first reading, it went second reading, then there was going to be an election. So Kibaki left, went to Udaya, and those 2 readings are still in Parliament. Honorable Sifuna, can you go and look for these hazards? Because it is one of the documentary evidence, supportive documentary evidence in what we are doing and saying here. Secondly, yes. Secondly, about ownership. I don't know anywhere on this planet someone builds a house without a title, without showing documentary evidence of what you own, and the designs of those houses or whatever you want to build. So when governor says they own the houses, maybe we would like to see the designs that the county government had and the titles to show that they own the land. But they want to own the land in their minds and not following the constitution or any law they have passed. So, Honorable Sifuna, can you go, please? I've tried to get those documents in 1974, the hazard that they passed that we should own the houses. It remained only one reading to own.
I will help Senator Sifuna there very fast, and thank you for the contribution. I didn't even know that his former, His Excellency, the former president, was involved.
Yes.
But
1974.
Yes. Remind me of your name again.
Honorable Mwai Gakuya.
Yes, Mwai. I wanted to just share with you that in Parliament, when a member wants to pass law and they have brought that proposal in the House and it has gone through first and second reading, and one, it can collapse in those engagements. It can be passed or not passed by members.
It was passed, but
just let me guide you. Yes. But most importantly, if it wasn't made law, and in that session then it didn't go through, it lapses in that session. So it's very unfortunate. I wish that actually the late president followed this through and made it law. But because it wasn't made law, it would be difficult for Senator Sifuna to go and dig it because he died with that session.
Okay, can you advise me?
Chair, just switch off your mic, Mwai.
Yes, sir.
I want to commit to you. It is very easy to get parliamentary records. The Hansard is there, but what the chair is struggling to tell you is that a law only passes after that third stage. But as to the debate, the record is there. We can always get it for you. So I think, Chair, we can move to the next.
Well, I'll move to Woodley, but I will definitely encourage Senator Sifuna to get us the material. But just in terms of the legal framework, it is if it didn't pass, it died with that session.
What I'm trying to say, Chair, is that those documents in Parliament are part and parcel of supporting documentary evidence.
I get it.
So what I was asking Sifuna, to bring those and then ratili itaanguka. Thank you.
Yeah, but I must, just a moment, I must help you because you seem to be a veteran there. You actually lose more on this conversation when you go to refer to a document that was not passed by law. So, but that's for another day. So just switch off your mic and then let's hear from Woodley.
Maybe give me a second or two to.
Please. I will give you some other time, but let the gentleman here also get a chance, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Sam Gachago, and I'm the chairman of the Woodley Development Initiative. And nataka kusalimia our governor, Governor Sakaja, who I have not seen since he was elected governor. I last saw him in his office in KICC. It is good to see you, Governor. And I'd also like to say hello to Lydia Mathia, who has evaded seeing us for the last 8 months. Governor, it is true that the redevelopment in Woodley has proceeded, but at the moment there seems to be very little activity, and people are asking questions as to what is going on. Number two, I know there were certain problems with people going to court, and out of the 43 people, only 22 or so people were given their 900,000 shillings for relocation. I was approached by a lady who nearly undressed in front of me saying she wants her money. And I asked her, where do I get Governor Sakaja to ask him this question? And it is something that you as a governor need to look at, you need to make a decision as to whether you're going to give the other 22 people who have not received their relocation allowance money, because there are some very elderly ladies who are crying foul because they need to receive this money. Yes, it's true, we did support this redevelopment, and we have been supporting the redevelopment process since 2014. And the fact of the matter is, there would be no Woodley estate. Woodley estate had disappeared and was going to disappear. But for the gallant fight that was put up by the residents, we managed to save the estate for the county government. At that time, it was the Nairobi City Council, at great expense and sacrifice. When you come to talking about, I think, is it lot 2, 3, 4, and 5? I think one of the basic things that you should do is inform the community in Woodley what is actually going on, because right now they are wondering, are we going to be taken by surprise? It was not surprise, but it is very, it's a sad thing to see people being removed at night, and that is one thing, Governor Sakaja, we don't want to see in the future. We want a structured way of dealing with this, just like how we would like to see a structured way of dealing with public participation. The redevelopment process is good for the city, but it has to be done with adequate public participation. As you've heard, everybody, most of the other chairmen are crying public participation. So what we are asking you as a governor is to ensure that these public participation meetings are structured in the proper manner. Now, I'd like to deviate, Governor Sakaja, from, with the permission of the chair.
Go ahead.
To discuss an issue that has been plaguing Woodley for the last 2 months. We do not understand why we are getting threats of eviction from the housing department now and then. And this is creating a lot of disease amongst. I've written to you about that, and I think you have told us to see your chief officer, Miss Mathia, and she has not been available. But we did manage to see Patrick Mbogo, who assured us that they are looking into the matter. And all this is all due to rent arrears and rent anomalies, rent payment anomalies, which all we wanted to do is sit down with the concerned officials and sort out the issue so we can move forward. Otherwise, beyond that, I don't think there's anything very much I can say. It's only to ask the Chief Officer Housing, please, just accord us the opportunity to sit with you. We'd appreciate it very much. And I'm sure the government has told you, the governor, and don't ask me how I know, has told you to do so. So please make sure you do that, and we shall sort things out. Because one of the basic things that we want to discuss with the county is that issue of public participation. You have stated you have 3 more lots, which we do not know of, and we would like to know exactly what you're planning. We had indicated in our proposal that we should form a liaison committee between the county and the developer and the residents. And that would help resolve a lot of issues. So when we have our next meeting with Madam Mathia, I think we shall bring this up, and I'm sure we shall be able to move forward on these issues. Apart from that, Governor, all the other issues with regarding to infrastructures have been spoken of, and you have actually pointed out exactly what the county is doing. And we hope...
Sam, I don't mean to cut you, but I still advise you that you don't address the governor, you address the chair.
Oh.
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Thank you. But continue.
Yes. I was talking about the infrastructural development when you're doing a major redevelopment. You've explained it. You've explained it very well that the county is doing things and is continuing to do so. So I think I don't have much more to say to the governor. All I can do is wish him well. And because you have come to redevelop our estate where we've lived for more than 50 years, please do so with a human heart. Thank you very much.
Senators from the plenary made for by Mr. Sam, do you have any input, question?
Yeah, Chairman, I am quite surprised that Sam Gashago getting this opportunity, all he has to do is to wish the governor well. Because in my office, Honorable Chair, there is a file this thick of letters from Sam Gashago and the residents of Woodley. So I was expecting more from you, Sam, but let me address ourselves to the key issues. Because after today, Sam, I don't expect you to write me letters regarding matters that would have been addressed here today.
Okay.
There was a public participation on the 25th of May, 2023. And in fact, on that day, the only public participation that I swung by to see how it is going on was Woodley and Jericho Lumumba. So I want to ask you, as a resident of Woodley, what was the problem with that public participation of 25th May? Did you encounter similar problems to your friends from the East?
Oh, yes. On the 20th, the one that you attended at the social hall. Yes, okay, fine. That one, obviously, basically that public participation, yes, there was everything wrong with it because it was not a public participation for Woodley residents. It was a public participation that included the stakeholders, shop owners, the hawkers, and so forth. So it didn't specifically address the issues concerning Woodley issues. The Woodley issues concerning the redevelopment were beclouded by other issues which did not affect the Woodley residents. It did not come out very well and strongly to bring out the main issues that the Woodley estate residents wanted clarified.
Okay, and secondly, clarify to us, because I think from your evidence today, there are people who are still not compensated. I was under the impression, Governor, that that was complete, but you will clarify in your response. Do you have a sample or a copy of a letter of the allotment letters that the Governor has said all of you have received?
I do have a copy, but not, no, I don't have a copy with me right now.
But have you seen it
I've
yourself?
seen one, yes.
Okay, what does it say generally? What are people getting?
You know, as with an allotment letter, it just specifies exactly that, that one will get a unit.
Do you know the unit, the size, the design, which floor, whatever it is?
No, it's impossible right now because right now, the biggest problem with this redevelopment is that there was no master plan in the beginning. Nobody actually knew exactly what was being built on the ground. And this is what we were clamoring for. And I think you remember very well that we were asking, why can't we get a master plan? Even if it's a master plan for the entire Woodley estate. That has not been forthcoming, and we were promised that last year.
Okay, finally, Chair, on this other issue of rent arrears, I gave you some advice on how to resolve some of these matters. If a county government writes to you threatening to evict you, and they are claiming rent arrears and you have paid and you have evidence of payment, there is a place you go, Sam. Have you guys gone where I advised you to go?
No, we haven't gone that. We haven't gone there.
Why are you putting all your faith with the meeting with the CECs and the CEO?
I think they're human beings. They have a heart and they can listen.
They came to demolish your houses at night. You still trust these people to have that conversation?
No, it's not that they came to demolish. They did demolish the houses at night. And to a certain extent, they had legal recourse to do that, because as you heard what the governor is saying is that those are their houses. And the court did say, yes, these are your houses. You can do what you want with them. You understand? Those houses don't belong to us. But you see, what you do is you appeal to the goodness in people instead of appealing to the badness. So I'm appealing to the governor to look at this.
You're hoping that you will appeal to governors and in particular Lydia's goodness.
Not really. No, they are the people who are in charge. Lydia is in charge of housing. This is the governor of Nairobi, right? So we are appealing to them. That's what we can only do. Now, according to what Senator Sifuna told us to do, that is Plan B. If they turn out to be people who cannot be trusted, then we shall move in that direction.
So, your advice was politely rejected, but say Wambua.
You know, Chair, from the account of the representative from Woodley, I think then we would be okay in this committee to conclude. From your account, as young people are saying these days, it is boiling well in Woodley, boiling nicely in Woodley. Because the only issue that you have raised is that you want this chief officer to accord you a meeting. And if that's accorded, Woodley, you're okay.
I didn't say that. I just said that we have received, threats of mass evictions coming directly from her office. And I would have thought it would have been a good idea to sit down and talk to her and ask her exactly what is going on. That is my take on the issue.
Okay, lastly, Chair,
now, in Woodley, okay, not everything is hanky-dory. Not everything is right. You understand? Like I have said, the systematic, the way they go about their public participation meetings is basically wanting. Because even right now you heard that there is, I think, lot 2, 3, 4, and 5, something that we don't know, we haven't heard about it. And I think they're putting the cart before the horse there. Because they should first come and discuss issues like those with the residents so that they know exactly what they're going to put in their EOI and their RFEs and so forth.
Chair, I will still insist that we have to make conclusions on certain issues. So in Woodley, not many issues, but there's the issue of compensation there. Some people are not being given their money. Let's deal facts, not theory. Have you, through the chair, have you seen the allotment letter, or have you received one?
No, I haven't received one because it was being given to only 42 residents who live in an area called Woodley Green.
Who don't even know which houses they are going to get, right?
Which they don't know.
Okay, lastly.
Because 50% of them haven't received the allotment letter.
Lastly, Chair, lastly, there is a place there that him and Senator Sifuna seem to know about that a lot of us don't know. Sifuna is referring them to some place. He's saying, he wants to appeal to the humanity of the people at the county government. But I get a feeling, Chair, that place could perhaps be the same place that the other residents in the other estates have a hesitation of going for whatever reason. That place only Senator Sifuna can tell us
for the record. Can you just help us know the place so that Senator Wambua doesn't struggle?
Chair, just to be forthright, as a lawyer, I told them that some of these disputes, for instance, the way we've guided our brothers from Lumumba and the other places, a dispute to do with ownership of land, vested correctly in the National Land Commission and even the Lands Court, Environment and Lands Court. So that advice I have given in good faith, both to Woodley and to the other residents, to be able to sort out those matters. If a county government or even your landlord threatens you with eviction and you know you have paid rent and you have the evidence, you go to court, you'll get an order stopping it. That is the only place. Some, I wish I had the powers you people believe I have. I wish I was as powerful as you think I am, that I can grab the governor's collar and make him stop threatening you at night. And there is nothing wrong with going to court, because that is where the truth emerges. You state your case, and the county government states their case, and then a resolution is found. So please don't bombard the office of the Senator of Nairobi with matters that are not properly. They would be properly handled in another forum. And don't be shy. If there is an issue of cost, you know me. I am more than generous. I can be able to help you to seek that justice that you want in the courts.
Chair, may you just get a clarification from him
Governor,
about maybe the generosity should be just to pay the rent. Ask him about the arrears, including his own.
No, I think
as an example, Chair, if somebody has not paid rent of 10,000 for 10 years, I'm not saying him, but he knows what I'm talking about. For many other people, not you personally, you're living in someone in Kibera is paying 1,000 or 2,000 and when they don't pay, their door is removed, their roof is removed. You're living in a proper house. You're talking about services that you want to receive, but someone has not paid rent for 10 years. Is it fair, Chair? That's why I keep saying, when you come to equity, come with clean hands. The services you're saying you need, you want water, you want your place cleaned, you want garbage collected, yet there are arrears of millions per house. What do we do? And maybe you can also advise us, when people get notices for rent over time and don't pay, do we sing for them? Do we do a poem? What do you do? The law is clear on such things. We're not talking about wrong entries of rent, where people know themselves. When you accumulate a rent of 1.4 million, and it's 10,000 per month, how many years are those? And it's not one person, not two people. So I'd love to hear specific cases, but the ones I know, and Sam knows the ones I know, and I will not mention names. It's just people who refuse to pay rent, Chair. Yet they deserve services.
Chair, point of order.
Hello,
Chair.
Sige, wait a minute, just switch off your mic, Sam. I'm going to get back to you.
Chair.
Senator Sige.
Thank you. As I was waiting with bated breath for the governor to give all of his submission at one go, but since he has submitted something now, can he share the things that he's saying that he knows and Sam knows, but us senators, we don't know? So I don't know if it's in order for us to continue while we're in the dark on this side. If he has specific cases of the 1.2 million in arrears, or 2 million, or 500,000, he should also prepare when he is responding to give all that and table it to this committee, rather than us talking in hypotheticals.
Okay. I mean, like, I think what Senator Sige said is very important, because we're not hanging out.
No, what?
Just a minute, I'll give you time, Sam. This Senate is not hanging out. This Senate is having a properly constituted meeting where, as we started this meeting, I told you, we want to make closures on some things. And you see, after everybody representing an estate has talked or presented an issue, you see I've tried to concretize what is it that you want, even where you cannot be able to clearly state that. So, Governor, I don't want you and Sam to have some issues that you're sorting there aside that are very substantive that we don't know about. So please...
of course, there are many issues between a tenant and a landlord.
Yeah, but the ones that have been raised here, because what I'm getting from Sam, because I wanted to go to closures, Sam, what I'm getting from you, number one, unlike Lumumba, Ofafa, and the first presenter was Maringo, what I'm getting is that Woodley does not have a problem with the project, first of all. Well, that's what I'm getting, and I might be getting it wrongly. It does not have a substantive project with the conception of the project. Number two, Woodley has gone to the extent of accepting the fact that this project will continue, right? But the eviction are not being done properly. Conversations around public participation, ongoing public participation, are not being done properly. But even the most sensitive one that I've gotten is that there is, in Woodley, a process has begun on allocation compensation. I got that. And that allocation compensation, some people have already received it, which I don't know from the governor's office or from the developer. I wanted to get to know that. But then there is 22 people who have also not gotten that that allocation of compensation. And I'm just pointing those issues so that when governor, when you will be responding, you respond to specifics. How do we deal with those 22? Where is this money coming from? And how do you do dignified evictions where there is need to do that, with particularly the case for Woodley? Unless I haven't captured what Sam has said, Senator Chute, I'll give you 1 minute and then I can go to the last estate.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is very specific and it goes to the Chair, Woodley Estate. Let me say, first of all, I'm very grateful. I'm very thankful that the issue with Woodley and Nairobi County is moving on well, not like Buxton Estate. Then the question comes to, this is a development which has a plan, a drawing, and my question would be, there is something in that agreement that should indicate there is work progress. I want to know if the chair has a work progress and the units that are identified for the 43 members, if I'm not wrong, and also the completion period of that project, if it is in the contract and if he has a copy of that contract. That includes those 3 items.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I do not have concrete evidence of any allocation letter. I do not know, because I think what they were doing is that they were dealing directly with each individual tenant, and the 22 who signed are the ones who have these documents, and these documents were not given to the rest of us to peruse and see. So that, in terms of knowing exactly what was discussed between the developer, the county, and the tenant, the information we who are outside that 42 is very scanty.
Chair. Just a supplementary, kindly.
Senator Asige, please
Yes,
go ahead.
a supplementary to that, to the Chair for Woodley. I believe, Chair, that Sam is here to represent those 22 amongst others, right, in Woodley Estate. So would it be in order to request him to get that information if he doesn't have it, because he's representing them? I'm sure they know that he is sitting here in this meeting today. It would have been great if that documentation was with him now, but can that be received or sought from the 22 so that we can move with concrete data in front of us, Chair?
Governor, take a serious note on that.
But the MOU is in the documents you have, Chairman.
And you will respond.
It is in the documents.
It's part of the response that you'll make. I'm just telling you to take note on those concerns.
Chair, I wanted to give a clarification for the sake of the question that was asked by Senator Asige.
Okay.
For me, from where I sit, the problem between the Woodley residents and the county government is a communication problem. That, Governor, your officers are unavailable or unwilling to sit down with people in the estates and our voters whenever they raise issues. I'm holding here, Chair. There's a letter dated 28th April 2025 that was sent to me by Sam Kashago, claiming they are unable to meet with Lydia Mathia and Mbogo there. I remember giving Mbogo a call, and he assured me that he would have a conversation with them. This is not supposed to be how it is, because everybody who serves in the county government of Nairobi is a public officer. You should be available to have conversations with the residents of Nairobi, especially surrounding such important matters. Personally, the dispute, as I understand it, Senator Crystal Asige, is that there needs to be a reconciliation on how much money Sam is claiming to have paid and what the county government claims to have received, because of the various forms that have of payments that have been there in the city over the years. Somebody claims I sent money to these life forms, I sent money to this account. When NMS came, there was even greater confusion as to who was receiving money where. Now, that reconciliation cannot happen in the Senate, for heaven's sake. That conciliation is not going to happen in Sifuna's office, which is why, Governor, your officers, I don't have the records, surely, of who has paid rent and who hasn't paid rent. Those records are in the county government. Let these officers make our lives a bit easier. I would like to go a month without receiving a letter from Woodley, please. Or at least if they write to me a letter, let it be inviting me to a bash or something like that. It can't be just the same things over and over. So for me, that is my understanding of the problem. And this is a challenge we will put to the governor. Instruct your officers to be willing to meet with residents.
And Senator Sifuna, I know Governor is itchy.
No.
Governor.
How do you know how my skin is feeling?
Not to respond to this, to what Senator said, but Governor, I think that the issue of communication, I talked about it. I think we saw when Agesa was presenting, we saw when John was presenting, the constant confrontation is lack of engagement. I call it larger engagement, but it's communication problem, and I think that this one can be solved.
I think even civic education, because rent reconciliations are done every single day. They're not done by the chief officer or by a CEC. Today, if you walk in, we have so many tenants. Rent reconciliation is done every day at our customer service center. It's a routine administrative thing. It's not for a meeting with the cabinet or with CECs, you know. But if it's a bulk, I've sent you a document because Senator Sige asked, what do I know that you don't know? I've sent you a schedule of all rent arrears in Woodley. Just peruse, and you will see from the top. You'll understand what is going on.
That's fine. That's in order, Chair.
But
If it's here, but also I would request the governor, if he's making a verbal submission, that he should refer to his own documents rather than saying, I know and he knows, so that we all can also know.
Like which one?
Anytime you submit, Governor, my request humbly is that you just point us to the specific volume, the page, so that we can also follow.
Yeah, but not everything I say is in a document. You know, we're having a discussion.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, can I just say one last thing?
Just one. Yes, Sam.
Now, I get the feeling that that the governor is just getting back at me for having raised this issue. Yes, because I don't know, but anyway,
yes, Governor.
I'll give you
some weight.
Yes,
this is a committee of the Senate.
Yes,
when someone is talking, give them a listening. I will give you time to respond because you have got that right. Please don't exchange.
But
so please go ahead. And I also told you, Sam, you're talking through the chair.
Okay,
don't address the governor.
Okay,
but go ahead. I'm listening.
Chair. A case in point, and this is why I brought this up, is that I thought I'd have the list, the governors here, but it's turned out anyway. Anyway, some time ago in 1992, our whole estate was sold. It was sold to non-tenants. And from 1992, we took up the fight to protect our estate. And the government did not come to our aid. The city council did not come to our aid. It culminated in 2019 with a ruling by Justice Okongo declaring any titles given in respect to Woodley Estate as being null and void. You understand? Now, what has happened is there were about 20 odd people who claimed they had bought the houses. So between that time, they were not paying rent because they said they had titles. These are the people he is claiming have arrears of not even 1 million. They have 4 million shillings in arrears. And now to come out and tell that person, pay that 4 million now or else I kick you out, you know, I think it's just not right. You understand? So there is a group of people, I think there are about 15 people, who accumulated because they thought they had bought the houses, they thought they owned the houses. And they even took the county to court on several occasions. But they lost out. Now these people have come to us as the leaders of the community to ask if that is why we were seeking some dialogue with the county. Can we sit down and do a structured, repayment method so that we could pay. Because where is somebody today going to get 4 million shillings from? And he has been a tenant for the past 40, 50 years. You understand? That is why I'm telling you, I was appealing to the governor and his people to sit down so that we can come up. I don't think anybody has refused to pay rent. Maybe there may be economic hardship or financial hardships which are creating this kind of situation. The next thing is that there were issues that we had in the 1990s, whereby we were asked by the court to deposit money in court, right? Like I personally I've had deposited 700,000 shillings in court, and that money is never reflected in my invoices that the county sends me. I would like that. I'd like that reconciliation done so I know how much I need to pay. Number two, Governor Sonko in 2018 gave the residents of Nairobi what you call a rent waiver. And this rent waiver was gazetted. After its gazettement, the county then took it up and even wrote a letter saying that we will be paying rents from 2019, 1st of May. You understand? Now, when we approach the county...
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, Senator
Chair, I think
Chute.
what the Chair is saying, I totally agree with him. But what we need to do is he can talk to the county and reconcile those issues, because we cannot do anything now for him here. I think that's the best thing to do. Again, the issue... Sorry? Yeah, yes. Say it.
No, I actually think there's an emerging complexity here that is very important, and I think Senator Sifuna spoke to it slightly, but Senator Sige also brought it out very strongly. Because as I said, I'm taking you back with a blue heart of closure on some issues. It is emerging that this issue of reconciliation is a very serious one.
Chair, you can direct both parties to sit.
Just a moment. As a Senate, these conversations we are also part of it because we are already here. And there are documentation that will come from this Senate. This is why I'm saying that this issue of reconciliation is actually a substantive issue, is because you are seeing a number of reasons that are coming out with people not paying this rent. And remember, the reason why we're having this conversation, ultimately, is that when this regeneration happens, people must be given houses. So there will be questions even of what does the county government do with people who owe you 4 million? And then those houses, do they qualify for those houses? Do they pay first and then get them? So there's that complexity. So that I just want the governor to take note of that issue of reconciliation as a substantive issue of the Senate that must be addressed. That's all I wanted to say. So Sam, I want to cut you there so that I can have the last.
Can I just finish
because
off?
of time, I've given you so much time.
No, just 2 sentences so that you understand.
Okay, please, 1 second.
No, I mentioned to you the issue of the waiver, the rent waiver, which when you go to ask, you're thrown to the Senate. And we are told that the Senate discussed this and they asked the county, if you give this waiver, who is going to pay for this money? So they tell us that that is why they give the issue of rent waiver a wide berth. But for us, we understand this is the gazetted rent waiver is a legal document. So that should be implemented.
Okay, fair enough. I want to leave that at that. Governor, just take note that that reconciliation with all those complaints that have been mentioned is an important one. I want to give the chair of
Chair, am I able to catch your eye? Maybe you're not seeing my mic or something. I don't know.
Senator, I'm also trying to just manage time as well. In as much as I think I've been very lenient. I want to give. I think it's a different.
I have a question to ask. Chair, I have a question to ask, if you allow me.
Please go ahead.
Please. You know, we have listened to some, and he says he represents the Woodley Development Initiative. Is that right? Do you know of Woodley Residents Association? Woodley Residents Association.
There is no Woodley Residents Association. There's Woodley Residents Welfare Society.
Okay. Yeah. What's the connection between the two?
Which one?
The Development Initiative.
Oh, that. The Woodley Residents Welfare Society was established in 1994. And from 1996 up to 2004, I was a chairman. I've been running Woodley Community Affairs for 28 years. And
in short, do the two associations exist? Do they do the same thing?
I don't know. No,
they don't.
They don't do the same thing. One is anti-redevelopment. They clamor to buy the houses. They want to buy the houses that they're living in.
Right. And the other one?
We support the redevelopment.
Okay. That's okay.
That's okay. I do know that the new Pumwani estate, that's the next, right? I don't think from the briefing that I have, there is a regeneration that is going on. I don't think so. But because they're in the Senate, this is their house, I'll give the chairperson, perhaps just to highlight on some of the issues that you might also be having, related or unrelated, and then you'll allow me to give the governor opportunity to, there's a lot of things that have been raised. Then the governor, I'll give you the opportunity, governor, to respond to some of the issues that you might see fit. And then we as Senate will give you some resolutions to take home. Which estate are you from?
From Jericho, but we have one very important question to the governor that has not been mentioned.
I'm coming back to you. Let me just finish with
Thank you.
With New Pumwani. New Pumwani, I'm going to give you half the time. Just 5 minutes, kindly.
Okay, thank you so much. And I beg for your indulgence to the esteemed House Committee and the Executive.
Just a minute. Sam, kindly switch off your mic.
Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Now, in respect to, okay, sorry, Jackson Lee Muturi Kimani, the chairperson, California State Residence Committee, New Pumwani Estate. In respect to New Pumwani Estate, it's more so to do with the petition that we raised in the year 2023 to the attention and to the office of the executive, that is the governor. Now, it's best that we understand why and how we were informed to take that course of action. The issue of redevelopment, as rightly pointed out, started in the year 2018. And New Pumwani Estate was among the estates that were earmarked back then. That was under Rail Plan Consultants. We underwent a very comprehensive 2-year consultative forum with the Rail Plan Consultants. That was a public participation. And there is a document, a very voluminous document that was published in the year 2019 with a report and the findings and the conclusion in respect to New Pumwani Estate. If you'll give me time, I'll just read an excerpt of, it is a final plan report, Urban Renewal Plan, Volume 2, that was submitted in the 19th of September 2019. In respect to New Pumwani Estate, the proposed land use for New Pumwani largely retains the existing land use structure. The housing developments in New Pumwani are being retained. The proposed redevelopment approach is thus renovation. And we were comfortable with that findings, and we were comfortable with that conclusion, and there was no issue. But we were taken aback when in the year 2021, we just came across an advert published by the then Nairobi Metropolitan Services indicating that California is part of the Urban Regeneration Program, and We are scheduled to have a public participation meeting on the 17th of February 2021, Pumwani Social Hall. We were taken aback because there is a document which is freely downloadable, which was even tabled in the Nairobi City County Assembly back then. So we said, no harm, let us go and find out what is going on. There was no public participation. We were just informed. Go prepare yourself, we are coming to redevelop. So the course of action we took at that time, we wrote several objection letters to several ministries, and I think I was able to submit most of those copies to this esteemed house back then when we were having this session. Now, it was like bulldozing this agenda. And the questions we are asking, what was the purpose and intention of having a comprehensive 2-year public participation forum, not just engaging the entity, but a consultant? And I'm sure a consultant is not just Penimbili. Those people are paid a lot of money. Now, out of these fears, whereby we have evidence that they are attempting to redevelop California, but we don't have any evidence that New Pumwani Estate, California, has been removed from that listing up to date. I'm surprised that during the presentation of the clerk, they stated that they have a document stating that California is no longer under redevelopment, but we, as the affected persons, we don't have such a documentation. So that is what informed us to draft the petition.
Very, very well said.
Yes.
There are two issues
yes.
that I'm seeing, but I understand as perhaps to chime in on what you've just raised. Mm-hmm. But there are two issues that I've heard from you. Number one is whether or not you are part of the program.
Yes.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Governor, you can take note of that. But I also wanted to know whether or not you want to be part of the program. Those are two different things. As an association, you want to establish whether or not you're part of the program, and if so, where are you standing in this understanding? Is it a future engagement and all that? Governor can answer that. But one of the issues that have come from a number of associations, as you have heard here, is also the hesitance of being in part of the program. So from your own view, what is the status report from your residents? Do they feel like this is something that they welcome, but they would want to engage more? Or is there a problem even with the conception of the regeneration program?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, to begin with, we are skeptical. We have our own fears, and we raised our own fears, because we asked ourselves, New Pumwani Estate, unlike other estates, it has its own challenges. That is the proximity to that military installation, and those were technicalities that knocked out New Pumwani Estate from the word go. So we said we cannot sanctify an illegality, because public participation are now used to sanctify illegalities in this Republic of Kenya. So we said we are not going to be part of it. We are not comfortable with this program. The way it is being implemented, you have all these estates have raised issues, and there are issues which have weighty concerns. And we asked ourselves, if a consultant certified that these buildings, they're fairly modern. Number two, these buildings, according to the architect, they say that optimum land use has been done to the maximum. Number three, if it in terms of the structure, they're very sound, more than any other estate that Nairobi City County government owns in this Nairobi City County. Number four, and they're very, the report said, fairly modern, which means they all require renovation. Recently, in the year 2017, they were repainted. Just that one factor of being repainted, they almost looked new. So that's why we said, why don't we then own? We don't want to own them for free, because we don't want to affect, there's that, the financial aspect of the financial bill with the county government. If you do something that will be contrary to, which will affect their budget making processes, it will be negative to us. So we said, why don't we now then convert the existing rent. We don't backdate. Existing rent, we start a new chapter, convert it into mortgage, convert it into TPS. They have the enabling legislation because in New Pumwani Estate, we have TPS flats, which are intertwined.
So you want to do that to own in the current status or to own in the development? No,
we own in the current status as they are.
I think your point is home. I want to give senators, if perhaps they have got concern on that. But Governor, there is an issue there of value for money that Kimani, right, is trying to bring out, that there is feasibility studies that have been done. There is a contractor who was engaged. There was 2-year public participation on the renewal of the new Pumwani estate. So at what point did it get expunged from this program? And what then becomes of the costs that were incurred in those processes? I think that's a substantive question that you can respond to at that time. What's your name again? Duncan, yes, from Ofafa, right?
Yes, from Ofafa, Jericho.
Ofafa, Jericho.
Yes, and...
just literally under 1 minute, because you're pressed of time and I've given you so much time as an estate.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, kindly, please.
Who is talking?
Jackson Kimani. I just had one more issue to raise, please, kindly. I beg for your indulgence. Fine,
I'm really pressed of time.
Yes, I understand.
But I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, in respect to now the final report that your clerk presented when she was doing the update status, in her records, she has a document which she said is not signed. We went for a meeting. There are no minutes of the meeting. There are no signs. There's no attendance sheet, which says that New Pumwani Estate is no longer in the redevelopment. But unfortunately, with me here physically, I have a document that states otherwise. So I'm asking. So
what is the otherwise? What is the otherwise? Just state it. What is the otherwise? Just state it.
There is a document that was drafted by County Secretary and Head of County Public Service, which states that urban renewal will henceforth schedule engagement between the county officers and yourselves through a public participation forum on the redevelopment project, as well as development of projects proposals for request of proposals to eligible and qualified developers. This was done 3rd of September 2024.
Well taken. The committee takes note, and I hope the governor also takes note. Duncan?
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the governor, because at the last session on the 18th of March, he's on the query as to whether they had title to the land in Ofafa, Jericho, Lumumba, and Maringo. He said they didn't have, but they have a reservation. Now it has been presented to you that we have a dispute with the MCCG at the NLC. So the question comes up, how did they get a reservation that the NLC doesn't know about, yet it is the reserving body as per the Constitution?
Okay.
Then, just to correct Madam CCO, she's saying contractors are the ones who will enable public participation. I want to correct her and inform her to check Section 114 of the County Government Act that expressly states public participation is mandatory for any development of nationally significant value. Any. So it is not for contractors to bring about public participation. It is for them who have the project in hand as the county government to bring the public participation to the people.
Very well.
And just one more.
I gave you 1 minute, remember, because
Please, I
you know
understand.
all the issues that you're raising had actually been raised.
Just one more.
And I noted them from your chair. So they were actually all conversed. In fact, if I'm fair, I should actually be giving that a minute to a lady.
Let me just give him the final one. Please be very brief.
Very brief.
Need answers.
Very brief. There is, because of lack of public participation, we don't have MOUs, we don't have anything. Okay. So we must start from there.
Thank you, Duncan.
Thank you.
I think it would be very unfair for these residential representatives to come here, and the amazing ladies who have come with you, and I've just listened to all your leadership being men. I want to give an opportunity to any lady who is among the residentials who might have a word or two or a concern to raise before I come back to the governor. I really want to hear. Ama Awana. Yes, I really want at least one voice to be represented. But at least I gave the opportunity.
Chair.
Oh, just a moment. Who is that saying, Chair? Oh, please, go ahead.
Okay, the last time we had a meeting with the county, with the...
You say your name and where?
Sorry, my name is Kezia Kihara. I'm treasurer at the Maringo Tenants Association. So the last time that we had a meeting with the county planning committee, it was resolved that they put forward a name for Varoya, and as we give, but to resolve the issue of ownership, but to date they haven't given the name. Also, Chair, we would like the county or the governor to tell us or to put it clear. Like in Maringo, there was a time they came, Kiboy came and he posted letters on our walls, on our windows, that people to come and present documents to City Hall. And a few people came, and those are the 74. So we are wondering, is that the, okay, they called it a public participation. Is that the evaluation of the tenants, or how are they going to give, okay, they are saying they are going to give us the house or the units. So is that the list that they are going to use, or so they have the list of the 310 people that that we own the 310 houses in Maringo?
Thank you so much, Kezia, and thank you for representing the voices that really. I'm going to give the governor opportunity to respond to these issues. Governor, try and make it as concise as you can. I know there's a lot of pressure. You did. There's a lot of issues that have been raised.
There are many issues.
But I'm giving you the time, and then we'll see how we go from here.
Chair, I've listened to issues for quite a number. They want answers, and it will be wrong for me not to answer what has been raised. Chair, let me start by thanking the residents' associations and the representatives of tenants for this discussion. It's a very important discussion because, Chair, the county government has a mandate to execute what is within its functions in the 4th schedule. And the county government will execute its mandate. So long as it is lawful, the county government will execute its mandate to the people of Nairobi. The first thing I must say, Chair, county property, because I've heard somebody saying the issue of trustees, that we're only trustees. It is true. The county government holds all the property in trust for the people. Not the people of Jericho or the people of Woodley, but the people of Nairobi in their entirety. If the people of Nairobi, through their delegated responsibility, want Woodley to become a stadium, all of it, it will become a stadium. Or if they want a change, if there's a different plan, the people of Nairobi, if there are 2,000 more people who want to come and live where there are 20, and it is legal, we have the power to execute that. That we must get very clearly, Chairman. Number two, I've had many questions, and I don't know where Gashago has gone to. He's here. About not having seen me. When we invite you for meetings and you don't come, and it's the same with many of them. I don't know where else we need to be seen, because we've invited these chairs for meetings. I personally invited Jericho for a meeting on the 7th of April to meet me, not anybody else. If I read you the contents of that letter, just open it. The content of the letter is for a public participation forum and engagement with HE, the governor. That was the letter we wrote. But, Chair, we have a problem where the leadership of these associations do not want us to associate with the people directly. And you need to know that we can associate with the people directly and also through you. There are tenants. A landlord can engage with the tenant at any time. Chair, that meeting was turned into chaos. The people in this room who came to stop it, there were placards, they brought goons. We just kept quiet. We have sent another letter because, Chair, what they're going to do is to prevent their residents from actually getting what the government is offering. What we're doing is an offer. You know, we're offering that this is what we're going to redevelop this place. You should, you know, partner with us, take this amount of money, go, and then once you're out, when you come back, you'll receive your property. It is not mandatory for us to do that, Chair. It is not at all. If you look at the national projects, people are being given a small amount and with no guarantee at all. You're being given a guarantee and a title and a house, you know, Chair. So I think that magnanimity, or maybe that's the wrong word, but the goodwill being extended by the county government must be responded to, Chair. Chair, the letter was dated 3rd April. As you to Jericho Estate tenants, each tenant got this letter. As you may be aware, the county intends to redevelop most of the old estates, etc. The governor recognizes your very important role in this process as key stakeholders and invites all tenants of Jericho Estate for public engagement for a Monday, 7th April, Charter Hall. That's an invite. How else, when they keep saying no public participation, how else do you want public participation? When you're invited by the governor himself and you don't attend. Yeah? When Agashago invited Woodley residents, you didn't come. Yourself. I don't know how else. Sorry, let me not do that. But
please, I had cautioned that we don't exchange, and Governor, you know the rules of the House.
So, Chair, there are many instances where we've invited the chairs for engagement, but you've heard very well what one of the chairs has said, that when these committees were formed, the county or NMS then was supposed to engage only through that committee. Chair, that is completely wrong. Even in terms of us as representatives, Article 1 says that the people are represent, you know, the sovereign power is with the people and they can exercise it directly. You cannot then be a group of people blocking us from our tenants and from the residents.
Governor, can I just find out, why not have that meeting in Jericho?
Because people who are not residents of Jericho will come.
I thought the residents are there. If you want to meet directly with them, you go there.
You cannot have a controlled meeting there. And I would ask you to try.
You are a government. I have had a meeting there. I went there when they had kicked out the officers, and we actually had a meeting.
Chair, we can meet them wherever. You see, they were kicked out. In fact, when the chair was speaking, he said, we did not allow anybody else from the county government to speak. Chair, City Hall is theirs also. We can meet them anywhere, Chair, that we deem fit to.
No, I was just following your train of thought about direct engagement. And this is my advice.
You
are a government. You have kicked out people from markets. You have enforcement officers. You can have a meeting in Jericho.
I hear your suggestion, but it's a decision that we have to make.
Okay, it's a recommendation.
It's a recommendation.
I'll be available for that meeting.
We can
invite me.
And Chair, you know, we can find 10,000 people there. It is okay. We will engage. We're also politicians, Chair. You know, we're a government, but we're also very astute politicians in this city. And Chair, for as many people as you hear representing here saying they're not for a project, you have an equal number saying they're for the projects. You have an equal number as those you've called. In fact, if you do another meeting next Tuesday, I can get representatives from the same estates to come and say that they want it to start. So at what point, Chair, does public participation stop and does the government execute? Because if you wait for 100% concurrence on any project, you will not do it. You will never do it. That is by, you know, just generally. If we waited for 100% concurrence on Woodley, we would not have moved. In fact, if there was a need for concurrence in 1949 for these estates to be developed, they would not have been developed. Because there were people there who didn't want it. The people of Nairobi are 7 million people. If they feel a need for housing, 1,000 people in one estate or 200 people will not stop it. So long as it is being done lawfully, Chair, we will go on. Let me go to the specific questions. New Pumwani, I've had the petition on the issue. I just want people to understand, when you're a tenant, and the courts have set a precedent, the court has ruled on it, you are a tenant, the landlord can do whatever they deem fit with that property, provided he's doing it within the law. When you talk about county assembly approval, it's a county assembly that has approved all these projects in the CIDP. The county integrated development plan has listed these projects. So the county assembly has approved. Once you approve a budget in Senate, for instance, does the CS come for each and every single project to seek a motion to approve? No. But you've approved the medium-term economic framework, you've approved the budget policy statement, projects are inside the BPS, and that is how it was approved. And they've said they've had engagements even with NMS, even before NMS. So I just want to disabuse the notion of no public participation. The meetings, and there's a schedule here you have in your folders of 25th, is it 25th February or 25th what? May 2023. It was a public advertisement. It was on all the papers. It was posted in all these estates. If you choose not to attend, you cannot say there was no public participation. And in those public participation meetings, we have the video. We can share video. We can share. Because we have our media team that records those meetings. Even the press comes to those meetings. So you cannot say that public participation will only happen the way you feel it should happen as an individual. The people were very happy. In fact, if you look at our report, we have verbatim what people said word for word in those meetings. The questions that people, please allow me.
Just 1 minute, Governor. No, just a minute.
May I just request that we let the Governor present.
Just a minute, Chair. Because, Governor, we had been guided that we need to follow the submissions with the documentation you have given us. In fact, I want to refer you to your report, that public participation report. And we had covered this last time, and you had promised to make some corrective measures. I don't want you to feel like I'm interrupting your flow of thought. If you look at the public participation report submitted by yourself in Lumumba, for instance, it is at page 31 of your report on public participation. It is clear what the residents told you, and they say, your own remarks there say the objective for this public participation was not met. And if I can run your memory a bit, in the last meeting we had, you made a commitment yourself that you will engage these residents of Lumumba, the residents of Jericho,
yes,
as many times as possible.
Yeah.
So is it really fair from that perspective of your own report to say that there has been effective public participation, at least in Lumumba?
But Chair, I've just explained that I then further invited them for a meeting. Part of what could have caused it not to be effective would have been the venue. But I invited them to come to Charter Hall, and residents came, but they were being stopped by the leadership. They came, but they were being blocked. They were being threatened. Those who would sign the register were being threatened. Chair, let me just tell you, under no uncertain terms, will anyone come in between us and the residents of the city? No one. No one. No individual. No individual. Just because you've been elected as a chair, you're holding that position also in trust for these people. The people who've come directly to us saying, please, we want to sign this thing. This thing has taken too long. Our people, I don't want another deal behind, I don't know what it is. But no individual, you cannot create, I don't want to call it brokers, but you cannot create another layer between us and our tenants. The tenants pay rent directly. There's no tenancy agreement that recognizes an association. These associations were formed by the county to make things easier, not things more difficult. You know, so Chair, that one, under no uncertain terms will we do that. So let me go to specifics. New Pumwani, and that's what I was explaining, and the Senator came in. Some of it is TPS, Tenant Purchase Scheme. The county government is your landlord. The courts have pronounced themselves, Bonagashago, that the county government can make a determination based on its plan where it sees this thing going. You know, that in the next 20 years, possibly, we need to bring down even those houses and build a hospital. If that is a decision we make through our cabinet, through our whatever processes in the county government, it will be made. People should not be entitled to these houses. Even if I was living in that, if I'm living in a house today that is not mine, it has a landlord, I will listen to what he's saying, so long as I have my rights under the tenancy agreement, whether it is months in lieu of notice, whether it is, now at least since it's public, there's public participation, but I don't think my landlord will give me public participation or any issue. But let us understand that. I know people are emotive about these houses. You've stayed there for long. Your relatives have been there for long, but please understand what the law is. There is no obligation by the county or by the law. There is no obligation for you to remain staying there or for those houses to remain as they are. They cannot. And it will be a squandered opportunity for us where we are seeing a place where we can increase housing, we can redevelop the place, not to do it. So, Chair, that is our position as a county government. That has been the position during NMS. That has been the position even before when urban renewal was started by the city council, the first county government of Governor Kidero, the second county government of Governor Sonko, were the first ones now to implement. in addition to the 2 estates that already started, Jivanji and Park, and we will do it, Chair. Number 2, I like the question that Senator Wambua, was it Chute, asked about the associations. Some estates have many formations. There's Woodley residents, there's Woodley welfare. Bwana Kashago has been there for a long time. You know, he's 28 years is not a short time, and he has a lot of this history. But always know that for as many as centers you'll get dissenters. If as leaders or those of us in executive position would wait for 100% concurrence to execute anything, we would never move, Chair. We would never. The issue of waiver, the rent waiver that was issued at that time in 2019 was actually deemed to be an illegal waiver. There's a city waivers, there's a waivers procedures law. The governor cannot issue a waiver. Even the ones you see where we have our photos on TV and rent whatnot, it says it's actually the CC Finance who is allowed to issue a waiver, and the waiver is for a period and for a reason. So and that one was really targeted at market stalls. You know, the stalls like Kenyatta Market, that the ones which are beyond the TPS stalls. That's what it was targeted at. But what I know, there was an issue with that waiver that was then issued by the governor and the gazettement. Something being gazetted doesn't make it legal. A gazette notice is just a publication. You can gazette something that is illegal. But a gazette notice is a form of informing the public. Yes, gazettement does not give things the force of law. I have been in this house for 10 years. I know what I'm talking about. A sessional paper does not confer ownership. A gazette notice cannot confer ownership. There are only a number of ways through which you get ownership of land in this country. It cannot be an MOU. An MOU does not give you land. It doesn't. There are specific ways. Look at the land laws. Look at the laws of this country that give you land. The title deed of Jericho, Lumumba and Maringo, we have the title deed of 290 acres. What I said we were processing is a reservation for the specific housing projects in the specific areas. So that your JV vehicle, your joint venture vehicle between us and the developer, then holds that particular reservation, or for lack of a better word, let's even say a specific title. NLC has moved into the reservation space because now we're the lessor and the lessee. We can't lease land to ourselves. You know, you cannot be the lessor and the lessee. So that is why, and it'd be good for you to speak to NLC. Also, please know, NLC does not own any land. It does not own land. NLC manages land on behalf of the county government and the national government. But they, within themselves, do not own land. They cannot give anyone an allotment of county land if the county has not approved so. That is in Article 62 of our Constitution. That is in Chapter 5. That is in our Land Act. Even the Physical Land Use Planning Act. Please know that. So even when you go, even when people, the leases expire, and I'll give you an example, national government leases that have expired in Nairobi, national government institutions, and they go for renewal, the NLC has to write to the county government to see if the county government accepts or rejects or has another plan for that land. So I think let us be very clear about that, and that is why the courts have pronounced themselves repeatedly. Now on Woodley, because I'm starting backwards, coming forward. There was a meeting on the 26th of February 2024, but you have told me you were under the weather, Pole Sana. But I took members of Woodley through the project. I showed them the diagrams, the architectural. I explained to them what this program is about. We sat with them. 20 of them signed on out of the 43. And those who signed on were then given compensation because the rest took us to court. When they took us to court, you have taken us to court, meaning you have not accepted what we are offering you. So we could not engage. The case was dismissed with costs, by the way. In fact, that was unprecedented. I've never seen a case where the public have gone to court and it's dismissed with costs. They were supposed to pay the county. Well, we started engaging again, and because I gave instructions that it is not fair, even if they've gone to court. Going to court is your right as a Kenyan. The same way coming to the Senate is your right as a Kenyan. I said, yes, they've gone to court, but still, since the case has been dismissed and they've lost it, if those who are willing to come, please come, let them come, and we give them the exact same offer of the 900,000 shillings, which is unheard of in our history. I don't know if you have any example of a tenant giving you 900,000 to go pay rent elsewhere and come back and you get a house for free and your allotment letter. They went to the Court of Appeal. So for those 20 residents, we were waiting for them. We will not engage them on the compensation and the allotment if they're still in court, because that then jeopardizes our position. It jeopardizes our position as of now. But we are willing, if they come out of that process, it's their right. It's their right. You know, it's their right. On lot 2 and lot 3, I think.
Is that the 22 that were mentioned?
The ones who didn't, yeah, the 22
the 22 that I mentioned.
That I mentioned.
Okay.
If any of them wishes to get out of it individually, they'll come and we'll process their payment, and we'll give them the allotment letter. The chief officer has given me an example of the allotment letter. I hope you can give the clerk so that it can be distributed. The second thing about Woodley, the issue of rents. I don't think we should belabor this. Rent reconciliation, Chair, is a daily process. I would invite you to just come one day visit City Hall Annex, our customer service center. There is an entire desk just on rent reconciliations. Somebody from Umoja, they have an issue with when they paid or it didn't go to this account, it didn't happen well. Somebody from Kariobangi. We have so many houses, you know, as a county government. There's always an issue. So it's a normal thing. It is not done wholesale because there is no wholesale tenant. Our tenancy agreement legally is between an individual and the county government. So that is done regularly. But I want to implore upon our people, because if you look, for instance, at Woodley, the kind of houses you're talking about, they're not like Jericho and Maringo and the rest. Woodley is a house on an acre, even half an acre, with plush compound. I know because I have lived there, Chair. A rent of 10,000 shillings. If you don't pay rent of 10,000 shillings in such a property, 17,000, that's a big difference. You know, for half an acre in Nairobi, in that part of Nairobi, rent is minimum 150,000 shillings. The same services we want as Nairobians, they're not paid for by stones or by mangoes. They're paid for by these amounts of money. Everybody should carry their part of, you know, everyone should carry their weight. And it's very unfair, because you have this middle class citizens, so to speak, in Woodley, whom I have even relatives who live there, but who do not pay for 170 months. Just look at the schedule I've sent you. The highest is 1.8 million. It's not 4 million. There's no 4 million owing. The highest is 1.8. That period under when there was an issue in court, we removed that period. The highest is 1.8 million. You refuse to pay rent. Somebody today in Mathare has no door in the house because they have not paid 2,000 shillings. In some places, they even remove the roof, or they lock you out when you're late by just one day. So we're saying there are potholes in the city. We're saying there's garbage, but we don't want to pay. Really, we cannot have your cake and eat it. We cannot have our cake and eat it. And so what is the procedure? For everyone in our county houses who is not paying rent, you will be evicted. That is what will happen. You will be evicted for others to come and give value to the people of Nairobi. Those houses don't belong to me. They belong to all the people of Nairobi who want services from those houses. And they do not belong to you. They belong to the people of Nairobi. We are holding them in trust for them. So yes, there's been, first notice was given earlier in the year. Another notice has been given. There's a statutory time period, you know, and I think maybe the place the Senator was referring to was the Tax Appeals Tribunal or somewhere. The entities that can also come and negotiate on your behalf, but kila mtu alipe pande yake, so that we can develop our city together, because we need to develop our city. In fact, is it this morning or yesterday on radio, I had Fred Obachi Machoka saying he saw a lot of trash near Camp Toyoyo, garbage. To fuel those trucks, to collect that trash, is the rent you pay. There's no other source of money. Even equitable share comes from taxes. On the issue of Jericho, Chair, it is the county's position, no matter how many meetings we have, that land belongs to the county. We have the title deed for that land. There has been the story that there was an agreement with Israelis that after so many number of years, that the land reverts to the people or the houses reverts to the people. You, as a Senate, have repeatedly asked for that documentation. I have asked for it when I was Senator here. the documentation has never been availed. There is no such agreement. Because it would be a condition in the title. The title deed of Ofafa, Jericho, and Lumumba and Maringo is a 1954 title. It's a 1954 title deed. The 1954 title deed on the second page would have had conditions that this land then reverts after 27 years without any need for surrender thereof. That's how it's written in titles. There is no such thing. You know, I believe there was. They will tell you we met them. When I was senator and when I was campaigning as well, they say 22, 25, 27. I know that story. But there is no documentation. However, Chair, you have the powers as the chairman of this committee to ask the Israelis through their mission if they have any documentation to bring to you about what that arrangement was. Because me, I've looked in City Hall. You know, when they say there's something I should have availed that I'm not availed, you cannot avail a document that does not exist. It is simply not there. There was no such arrangement. Because if that happened, the land, the 290 acres, would have been transferred automatically at the expiry of that period, Chair. So, when you really think about it, my people of Jericho, and the residents, and I hope the residents are hearing directly, the thing that you want to secure is your right to a house. I have said not just Jericho, Woodley, Ziwani, Maringo, Kariobangi South, I will give you a house. What else do you want? I don't understand, Chair. If you've gotten that unit, in fact, let the negotiation be, is it a 2-bedroom like one I have? Is it a 3-bedroom? Is it, you know, what kind of unit is it? I admit, my people can do better in terms of, you know, I tell them communicate also with pictures and whatnot, but when the leadership are creating a hostile environment, I will not send my people to in harm's way. I will not do that. That is me. I can go as a politician alone, you know. But why would I send? Look at how Lydia looks like, and Cecilia. These are mothers. I know somebody is going to bring people to beat them. Why would I send them to harm's way? I will not do that. It will be very irresponsible of me to do that. But that is our position as a county
government. Point of order, Governor.
Yeah.
It is not fair to cast those aspersions to your residents.
It's not an aspersion.
No. I don't think that it is fair to level that accusation that the residents will visit violence on the ladies there.
Just ask about the meeting.
If they are violent, I don't think that is gender-based violence, even if it was you.
Ask about the meeting on 7th of April, Senator. You'll get.
No, I was there myself.
No, 7th of April, you're not there.
The
7th
one
of April, 2025.
The one in 2023, the one that happened at the social.
I'm saying Charter Hall. 2 a few weeks ago. And I will send you, do you have some videos of that meeting? I'll just send to you, and you can see. And you'll see people who you can recognize here.
Which is why I say, the chair, I hope Governor can get this. You and me can go and be beaten in Lumumba. Of course. Let's go. That's why I'm saying, let's have this meeting there in Lumumba.
Chair, let me proceed. Lumumba, again, let me not go into the detail of the meetings that were had. I think 15th February 2021, NMS. And remember, by the way, all these governments that have engaged with you, it's the same government. Government exists in perpetuity, you know. So whether it was NMS or the city council before ETC, public participation doesn't start afresh in 2022 with a new administration. It is the same. But we will not do it in perpetuity. We have to move. We have to deliver. You know, and Chair, it cannot go on forever. That is the point I was making. The LR number is 2097141. That is the LR number of the 290 acres. It exists. And Chair, we will just please share also the copy of the title for them to distribute it. The reservation is for the specific estate. The mother title is 290 acres. That mother title includes markets, it includes dispensaries, it includes health centers. We're not doing urban generation on health centers. But the title that you create then that reservation for Ofafa Maringo, for instance, the number of acres that are there, is what then you will use to create a joint, a JV vehicle with your developer. And that JV is based on that title. And so the value of that title or reservation, whatever you make, as it were, on top of, plus the value of the houses that will be built, is what gives you the JV value. And then our contribution then is our percentage as a county of all of that. I have had the recommendations about off-site infrastructure. Let's look at how we can do it, because also, you know, the developer is trying to make a profit. Let's see what is workable. But it's a very good point, because, you know, there's of course we do the TIA, the traffic impact assessment, but you might need to widen a certain connection to the main road. You might need to do a bigger connection to the trunk sewer, which we are doing in the agreement. The major infrastructure is for the county to do. But many of these developers are willing. I told you I met with the Kenya Property Developers Association together with the Chinese Developers Association. I told them, look, the roads that I am now recarpeting in Hurlingham, in Chania Road, Kindaruma, all of that have been spoiled by your trucks bringing premix concrete and chuma. You will need to, first of all, I will not give you an occupational certificate until you restore. But even during the period of construction, you must maintain it, expand, and it was. You know, you can think that you're asking a question that is hard and people will refuse. They were very quick and happy to say, yes, we've been wanting to do this, but no one has engaged us in that way. So in the same way, we can see with the developers what else to add. As I said, restoring also, and the heritage of the old estates, the old estates, some of the things that happened in these estates many years ago, historically, for our children to remember what they were. Jericho, the only thing that is holding us right now is a court case that is soon to be determined. And in that case, it will also be a good forum for all the facts and documentation to be brought. You know, Chair, sometimes I wonder, what nefarious intention would anyone imagine that I have against my residents? What wrong thing do I want to do? I don't want those houses. I have committed you get a house. These houses are being built in 24 months or less. If you don't get it, there's an election coming where you'll say, I lied. Why should I set myself up for failure? We're doing these things genuinely because we're seeing where the city is going. I've explained that we have a 10.5 million population in the next 25 years in this city. We must rethink a lot of our housing. And I would love to engage a lot of the resident associations in Nairobi, not just these ones that are in our in our urban renewal, but all of them to be part of what we're going to start the 2050 process. So that everyone can say, okay, in 25 years, I think the city should look like this. This is how BRT should be done. And Chair, you had asked about that infrastructure. We're pushing the BRT, we're pushing the metro. You've seen some of the agreements signed in China are supposed to help us in the city with traffic management. There are 5 lines that we're pushing. But all these things must be done together. I know there's always been, in fact, when my immediate neighbor started talking about the mistrust, he said mistrust from NMS time, from before. And that tension between government and the people has always been there, until people start seeing the fruits. Then they will trust you. But until you give some faith for something to start, nothing will ever be done. So I understand. And possibly once bitten, twice shy. And also there's politics, remember. There are people who are politically motivated that these things are not done now. And they will bring all manner of fear-mongering to you. But as a governor, I will not shuck off my responsibility to do what I know is right and what has gone through the process. I think I will leave it at that, Chair. I don't know if there was something glaring that I could have left out. Approval, I've said CIDP was all approved at the county assembly. The sessional papers, the MOUs, even reports do not confer land ownership. You have lawyers in this, you have legal counsel in your committee. Land ownership is not conferred upon in that manner. Yes, President Mwai Kibaki was MP for Bahati, and he could have, it's possible that was what he wanted to do. It reached 3rd reading. I think the senator for Nairobi has explained to you what happens with the law. But you see, now not only will you get a house, but more Kenyans will also be able to get a house. You're, I think, less than 1,000 residents in Bahati. We're possibly going to get 5,000, whatever number. I'll get the specific numbers. So you will get that privilege of owning a house. But think about the other Kenyans. There's somebody right now who is sharing a room with his wife and his children. The wife has to go shower outside in a line and the other men waiting. Living in indignity, who is going also to get a chance to get a house? So that's what I'm saying. Yes, you might be 42 residents of that lot 1 of Woodley. You have a right. But so do the other 1,900. They are also Nairobians. So let us not be exclusive. You know, that this is ours, even these other people have parents. And they're Kenyans as you. So, Chairman, let me leave it at that. We're ready to continue engaging, but engagement will not stop us from doing our work as a county government.
Thank you, Governor. That was quite comprehensive. Senators, I'll give you perhaps a minute each if there is any responses that the Governor gave that perhaps you want clarification on, or otherwise just a comment. Before perhaps I give just an observation and then...
And Chair, even as I come in, just for context, because I gave you just one example. The first phase we are doing is 3,392 units. Count all those families. This phase 2 that we're discussing, 22,238 families. 22,000. You know the indignity of the squalor we have in housing. That's phase 2. Phase 3, 37,200 families are going to get dignified. That's just the broader context. So yes, the ones who are there are very important to me, which is why we made the commitment, and they're getting that unit of theirs free of charge, but so are these others. So are the 62,830 other families who are in Nairobi today as we speak, Chair.
Thank you, Governor. Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Senator Sige.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to appreciate the Governor for his responses. I think that what he's actually said is true. One point he made is that there was some public participation that happened even before his term, and others that came after or during his term now. And so for me, Chair, there is still something that's unreconciled, which is on one side, we have the residents who say or dispute some of these minutes because, and also cite that they're not even been signed, saying that they are not perhaps true, or they don't happen in that way according to the minutes because they have not been signed either. But on the other side, the county government say that they went ahead. So the part that has not been reconciled for me, Chair, from the responses so far, from the discussions so far, is what happens from now, because there are minutes of purported or submitted public participations, but those who are supposed to be in those public participations say that they were not there and they did not happen. So how do we determine the validity of those documentation as the committee?
Thank you. Again, I was concentrating on this side, and I've just realized that the vice chair of the committee and the deputy whip of the Senate has just entered the room and is a member of this committee. May I ask you, Senator, to perhaps put yourself on record?
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for coming late. My name is Lelegwe, Senator for Samburu County, the Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank all of us for this.
Just before you do.
Okay, Senator Sifuna.
Now, listening to the governor, because I think the bulk of the problems here with these 3 estates in Maringo, Jericho, and Lumumba, and the governor might be giving the impression that the leadership of these associations is somehow blocking direct access to the residents, and that there are people who, support the project, and that you say that it is possible that it is majority. Now, the problem we have with that, Governor, is your own documents. Your own documents on public participation. In Maringo, you will see your own words. Most felt not fully included in the project. That's for Maringo. You come to Lumumba, residents disagreed. And in fact, your remarks there, it says, objective not met. The objective of the public participation was not met. And mind you, these public participations, this report, your report, was for public participations on the ground, not in City Hall. And then you come to Lumumba, it says the same thing. I want to understand from your perspective as a governor of Nairobi, what will be the value of a peaceful public participation in these 3 estates? where they tell you in no uncertain terms they don't want the project, will you still proceed with it, or will you listen to them? And from the residents' leadership, I want to understand, what would you want this public participation meeting to look like? Because even for you, every time you are sent a letter, you write to my office saying this does not look like public participation. What would that meeting look like to you, so that you are satisfied that it is public participation according to you? I want you to tell me the notice you would want, the venue, the people you would want to be there, if you want the chairperson of this committee to be there, the number of people you want to speak, how long you want the meeting to last. Please, so that we can guide you, paint a picture for us for what you consider an effective public participation. And tell us whether whatever you say must carry the day. If at the end of that meeting, there's people saying we want the project to proceed, will that be sufficient for you to allow this project to proceed? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, allow me just to say one thing.
Can you speak on behalf of everyone because of time on the question that has been asked by Senator Sifuna? But
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, my name's Jenna Chengolo, Vice Chair, Lumumba Residents Association. I just want to make one thing clear, according to what Governor has just said. Ametuweka kama sisi watu wa Lumumba ama Jericho, we are violent. We are not violent. We started with the NMS. Tulikuwa na Madam Marion. She came to the ground to meet us. Pamoja na nani? Kemboi. You can ask Kemboi. Hakuna hata siku moja mtu wa Lumumba aliwafukuza ama waligombanishwa. So if governor can come here and start saying Jericho
I think you're losing a critical moment to answer a question about how we can guide this process forward. Don't attack the governor, and he will not also respond to the things you're saying.
Okay, what I want to
paint a picture for us as a committee. How would this meeting look like?
Okay, since we are the representatives of the residents, we are here to say we need that public participation, but not at City Hall. We can do it at Camp Toyoyo, where all the residents wanaweza kuja, ndio governor asikie vile wanaongea. Senator has been there several times, anajua vizuri. We are peaceful people, hatuna vita. So the residents walitutuma that public participation kabla any project ifanyike, wakuje kwa ground Camp Toyoyo, tutasema vizuri, all residents wakuje, hiyo mkutano ifanywe, ndio at least musikie what the residents, isikue ni sisi, residents waseme vile wanataka.
Governor?
Wait. Sometimes you forget your chair. Just because I'm lenient doesn't make you chair of this committee. But I just wanted just one leader who has got a bird's eye view position.
But Chair, they have not said what would be different from the previous public. That question has not been answered. Because Senator Sifuna said, how would it be structured?
I get that question. That's what I'm doing. I want one leader, because I cannot go to all of you because of time. I just want one leader who can be able to respond to Senator Sifuna's question. Just one. Do you want to choose one among yourself? Should I give it to Kimani? Mgonda? Yes. I give Mgonda? I am Mgonda, go ahead. But make it short, eh?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to dispel this notion that Jericho is a violent, infested place.
Point of order, Chair. No one has said Jericho is a violent infested place. I have said those are meetings.
Governor,
Chair, allow me.
Governor,
because it's getting.
But I also want you to.
On the 7th of April,
Governor,
my meeting was disrupted at City Hall. I'm not talking about Jericho.
Governor,
I come to Jericho all the time.
Governor, I want to request you that just speak through the chair. That's all I'm requesting you. If we start having people having mic here and there, it will be untidy. Just talk through the chair.
Through the chair.
So just a minute. Let me just finish his thought.
I'm just clarifying because the premise of where he's starting is wrong.
I get it, but if you start that way, you're going to each of you cutting each other talking. That they will do that to you as well.
Chair,
just
Chair,
finish,
because
Chair.
I'm the asker of the question,
Wait,
I just want the chairman
just
to
a minute.
understand. Just paint a picture for us. Please, forget about what everything else has been said. We have been captured unanswered. Please.
Chair, do you know the opportunity I've given you? I've given you opportunity to tell this committee, if you were to direct as a committee that another public participation is to be done, what would be your desired kind of form or the kind and form of public participation, and what would be your desired outcome? The Senator was very clear, so I just wanted to respond to that on behalf of the others. Don't go into another response to what the governor said, the governor did not say. This specific question that Senator Sifuna has asked, restrict yourself to that.
Thank you, Chair. In the first place, we are an organized association. Both three associations are very organized. What we are asking, and this is our ask, come to the ground and engage us as your residents. We will create an opportunity where the less fortunate in society, the elderly, the young, and all people across the board will be able to attend that meeting. The committees have blockheads, we have area zones, PQRST, we have representatives, which actually boil up to an apex committee, where we will talk to these people, to the residents, arrange them, and bring them for such public participation. It's not hard. And that is the reason we are there. The other thing I would like to tell you is some of us would not want to disclose what our backgrounds are, what our professions are. However, we have ethics that we live up to, and are expected to live up to, even by our employers. We cannot do the opposite. So we will arrange our people, bring them together, give us ample time. A week is enough. We will bring the people on board, and all of them shall be arranged by these committees you see here, so that each one shall be heard and will present what we need to present, and let them be heard. We are only a bridge between the county government and the residents. They come through us not because we do anything, no. We want them to come, and that's why we'll go to door and bring them on board. That is why they elected us.
I want to give Governor opportunity to respond to the same question asked by Senator Sifuna.
Chair. The people of Jericho are my residents. If I want to do public participation in Jericho, I will call each and every tenant. I know all the tenants, they pay rent to us. But we will not go through an organization that has blocked previous public participation. That one forget. We can't do that. And that's why I keep giving the example of the meeting 2 weeks ago, where residents are being threatened from even signing the register. People who have come willingly to a meeting are being told to mtaona takutana nyinyi huko chini. And I will share with you those videos. We will not do that. We cannot. The people who are representatives of those residents are the MCA, the MP, the senator, the women rep, and myself, constitutionally, according to the law. Actually, those are the representatives. But if you see, because, and the outcome is predetermined, you will incite people and tell them, okay, maybe you don't incite, and tell them that the issue of this land being ours, we cannot budge from that. They would not change their mind. They hold very strongly.
Chair, Governor, with respect, the issue of ownership of land is properly before the National Land Commission. And in fact, Chair, my proposal would be that until that question is resolved by the NLC, maybe that meeting would not be a tenable proposition. And because the meeting before the NLC is on 30th, we as a committee can direct expedition of conclusion of that matter. Once it is clear, then that public participation meeting must occur. Chairman, I want to ask you a question. What is wrong with the county governor calling residents directly? They are your people anyway. And it is like your colleague there rightly said, it is the job of the county governor to convene the meetings, not the residents' associations. What is the problem with the proposal by the governor?
We have this fear. Always it has been selective.
No, it's all of them. every single person in those estates. Is there something wrong with that?
No, there's
and
no
you know people who are not residents there. If you see somebody who's not a resident,
we do.
So is there a problem with that proposal?
No.
Okay.
I think with that comes the conclusion, right? So I think I wanted just to make some observations here that I think
Excuse
that.
Chair, a moment. Only.
No.
30 seconds. 30
no.
seconds, kindly.
Please
30 seconds.
understand that we cannot.
30 seconds, please.
If I open it up again,
Please.
it will be. Let's proceed because we really need to get conclusion of the meeting. I wanted to observe, first of all, I want to thank you all for the participation that you have brought in. It is almost just a few minutes shy of 6 p.m. And we have really had, I would say, robust, but also very heavy conversation. Because I can see how emotions are high on both sides. I wanted to just share some observations that we have had as a committee that could go as a matter of record. Even in that gratitude that we have heard from the governor, we have heard from the resident associations and representation. The first thing I must actually observe through the committee is that the county government of Nairobi is actually not well understood on its intentions, including the said development project and program, at least from the representation that we have in this room. There is no convergence in terms of just proper understanding between the county government of Nairobi and yourself in a number of variety of issues, and we're just making a valiant, all-encompassing observation in this, because that is what has led to a number of trust deficits that we're seeing, punches coming here and there. But alongside that, I also think that has also led to a very serious lack of goodwill, especially from the associations and the county government on both sides. I think I'm struggling with goodwill, and I think that members have also observed that there's a struggle with goodwill to resolve sometimes on some of these, outstanding issues. And it's interesting that some of those issues are also before the courts. So, for instance, when you talk about Woodley, there are issues that are standing, including the issues of reallocation, compensation. But again, we have established that they're in courts. And I think that's an issue of goodwill. How we resolve this issue of goodwill, I think it requires leadership. It requires either side to be magnanimous. And I wanted to appeal on the side of the governor particularly, that this magnanimity will come with the county government, my third observation, improving on a communication strategy. I don't know how you're going to figure this out, but because of the lack of that goodwill, especially from the association, I'm specific about the association because I cannot say all the residents, the associations that are represented here, there is an observation that there is a lack of public engagement framework. And I know, Governor, you have insisted on the issue of representation through the elected leaders and how we can engage this. But I think that there just need to be a probably a joint public engagement framework between you and the associations, because I think that what makes it very difficult is this issue that I'm observing, that is, there's a possibility that a county officer can actually go to the ground and be meted by violence, whether it's insinuated or whether it's substantive as has been shared. That is completely unheard of about this kind of development projects. If the project is as good as has been shared by the governor, that should be unheard of. There should not be a situation whereby, for instance, there is an issue in Woodley, and then one of the officers needs to get to Woodley even without security, they should be able to do it there harmoniously and peacefully and be able to come back. And that for me is an observation around, that's the county government's communication strategy and public engagement framework. So we need to work on those three observations. And how would we work on them? We think as a committee that some of the resolutions that we think about, those three, one of the issues that has been canvassed here strongly, and I think that Senator Sifuna has also just talked about it, is the issue of perceived or true ownership of the land, especially in the first three estates. I think that the committee has recommended that, and this is a recommendation now, and I hope that the residents association will listen to this. The committee has recommended that you must attend the meeting that has been convened by the National Land Commission on 30th. I think so. And abide by that letter. Then upon the establishment of that ownership, the committee will be served with that letter. I think it affects the residents of Jericho, Lumumba, Ofafa, and Maringo estates. That doesn't affect Woodley. Then after that, we as a committee hold the very strong view that public participation is something we cannot compromise on. It's a requirement of the Constitution. And therefore, it must be taken in a way that, to the best level possible, satisfies both sides. You cannot come from public participation with one side more satisfied than the other. At least there has to be some equilibrium or some balance. It is not easy to strike a good balance in public participation because not everybody's view or expectation will be met. But because this is a development project that has got impact in many lives that are existing now and in future, should it go as has been shared here, then that animosity can only be solved where people first feel listened to, but most importantly, where people disagree, at least they understand why a decision has been taken. And that's why I talk about public engagement. They understand that I disagree with this, but I appreciate where you're coming from and where you're going to. That is something that we must be able to achieve with this project. So therefore, just as Senator Sifuna has recommended, after the National Land Commission meeting, we would wish that the governor undertakes a public participation that considers the views of the stakeholders, especially, and I'm going to be very direct on this, of affected people who are currently residing in those houses. So not just residents, but affected people. What I mean by this is because right now, there are people who feel like they are house owners or land owners. It's rightfully so, until that dispute is sorted by the National Land Commission. But then once it is sorted, then that clarity will be there that if they are landowners, according to the National Land Commission, they will be the people affected. If they are not, according to the Land Commission, then they will be tenants.
If they're landowners, there's no project we'll be doing there.
Exactly. That's why I say people's affected.
So there'll be no need for any participation.
Exactly. So, no, but still, maybe you want to renegotiate.
We'll have no interest there.
Right? Yeah, and that's why I said this is a value recommendation in the sense that.
Do we call the people who have the tenancy, or the people who live in the houses, or the people who are in the extensions?
We will call the people.
Or the ones who want houses.
We will call the people as defined by the National Land Commission.
They can't define, Chair. Chair, I have a house. Nimepatia huyu nyumba. Yeye anaishi Kilimani. but kuna mtu hapo anaishi. Niite yeye akuje mkutano, ama ule anaishi kwa hiyo nyumba, ama ule kwa extension.
Chair, it is very clear, just in terms of guidance.
Yes.
The county government, the people claiming that property are tenants. They are known. They are tenants who pay the county government. Yeah, so everybody will have an interest, including me who doesn't live there.
Yeah. So
in terms of as a leader in Nairobi, but the public participation that we are talking about is with the residents.
Residents or tenants?
The residents are the tenants. The ones who pay you money.
Not the same. Yeah, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's not the same.
I know what you're saying. You have tenants, people who pay you money.
Yeah, but don't live there.
Those are the people who I'm talking about.
So those who live there, or those who pay us?
You are tenants.
Okay, that's clear.
The people who you've given the houses.
That is clear.
Because that is the people you have a direct relationship with. If you demolish that house, the only relationship that is affected is between the tenant and the landlord.
And that's why I said, Governor, that affected house owners, in the sense that
we don't
right
have,
now,
we don't have owners, Chair.
No, wait.
No owners. You know, this is a house of record.
Just wait. And I've said quote unquote, in the sense that there is a pending issue under National Land Commission on ownership question. I want us to get there.
Chair, allow us how we can finish
just a moment.
meeting, please. It's already 6. Chair, you did very well. Chair, just allow me, please.
Just a moment. Let me just make clarity. We have observed here that there's an issue of ownership that is lying with the National Land Commission. That question, Senate cannot resolve. That definition, the Senate cannot resolve. And that's why I'm saying the public participation can only happen after the National Land Commission has pronounced itself on this issue. Okay? So what we are saying here is that, Governor, the recommendation here is you only hold that public participation after the National Land Commission, which we have directed the associations to make sure they attend. You only hold that meeting after that National Land Commission pronouncement. And therefore, that means that based on that definition, then you will invite the people based on that definition. Because I don't want to assume, what Safuna said, that it's not what you want that might end up being defined. If the National Land Commission, for instance, says that those residents, as you call them, own their houses, then they're the people who must participate there. If they say otherwise, then they're the tenant. So I think that we're saying the same thing, but I'm leaving it to proper record.
Maybe why don't you wait, Chair, with due respect to, why don't you wait for that outcome?
Exactly.
Because, Senate doesn't, you don't rule in vain. So once that outcome comes out, then you can just communicate a resolution to us. You don't have to figure it out now. But we know generally what we want to do.
You see, Chair, I think just allow us to also guide a bit. And I think the Governor has just said it. Let us not pronounce ourselves in vain as a committee. There is a serious determination pending before the National Land Commission. If they say that the tenants own the land, that story ends there. The county government can appeal, or whatever, but they will have no status on that land. If they say the land belongs to the county government of Nairobi, then as a committee, we can make a resolution on, then there are human beings who live here. How do you treat these human beings who live on your land and they have lived here for this number of years? Before that happens, I don't think we can even make an accommodation.
Senator, what I'm trying to do here, we cannot convene the associations and the governor again to run a meeting to determine a public participation. That's why I'm leaving an open-ended guidance, right? We are giving a guidance. We are already determined that the meeting must continue at the National Land Commission. But we can't live here and they say that when the National Land Commission makes a determination, then we reconvene the governor and reconvene the associations to make a decision on the issue of public participation, because the substantive issue that has come here is the issue of what I would call a satisfactory public participation. And Governor, I'm giving you and the Residential Association an open, in that engagement, an open framework for which then you must conduct the public participation. Should it come out that the decision is that the residents don't own the land, then you must have the meeting with the tenants with whom you have had an engagement. And even if you're to conclude that, because this is you're serving in public trust, assume that the National Land Commission say that this land belongs to the residents. I don't think that you just have a closure that, okay, I'm taking the books that has been decided, I'm closing the books. I think the public participation process can, if you wish to,
Point of order, Chair.
can still go on that conclusion. So I'm giving you an open book that the major point is that that meeting happens after the National Land Commission meeting. Then the last thing here would be after the public participation that will happen after the National Land Commission, we will require the county government to actually appraise this committee with the documentation of that public participation, how it has been done, whether it's proper, and then we'll take it from there. I think that is the third point on which the committee will now be able to engage after that public participation. On the matter of relocation allowances in Woodley, we will have desired to have said that the governor facilitates this and address the raised concerns, but it has also come from the governor that the 22 individuals, if we got it correctly, are, just a moment, I'm going to give you time. The 22 individuals are in court. That is what came out, Governor, if that is clear. So then, on this matter, I think we will allow for the governor and the association from Woodley to find an amicable resolution on it. Because it's a matter in court, governor has insisted that he can only be able to facilitate that payment if the residents are out of court. But also I think the residents also feel like it's an issue that, it's a right that they must be given. I think I would give you 1 week, Governor, in that engagement framework to engage with the 22 and just appraise the Senate on that engagement, whether you are getting to an amicable ground.
Chair, can I just make a slight amendment?
Sure.
Just like the matter that is before the Land Commission, this one before the court as well, I would propose that you just allow the court process to conclude, and then the governor can deal from there, because it's going to be very difficult.
That's also fine. That's also fine. But Senator Chure seems to be burning with something.
What you are trying to say here is something that's supposed to be in our final submissions. So I think you can keep some of them so that when we sit, we'll be having all those things in our final submission. Kindly, please.
No, I agree, but the residents must go with something home, right? So I think with that, then I think it will be in order to say I'm grateful to all of us for sitting this long, canvassing these issues. And with that, the meeting stands adjourned for the committee up until Friday the 2nd, when we'll be meeting in Machakos for the other committee works that are already been communicated to you. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, the teams from the different 5 estates. We want to wish you a safe journey back home. Thank you.
Hii bado iko online. Nataka nipige simu ikate kwanza. Nyuma yako.